This audiobook reveals the hidden forces shaping your life in ways you never imagined. Discover how reality bends without struggle, how success finds those who stop chasing, and how effortless shifts unlock unseen doors. Once you hear these secrets, nothing in your world will look the same again. In a forgotten corner of 1931 New York, beneath flickering gas lamps and the steady rhythm of horse-drawn carriages, a man named Edward Mason pursued success with a fervor that consumed him. Every day, Edward raced from office to office, handshake to handshake, gripping opportunities so tightly they seemed to wither in his grasp. His ambition was undeniable, but his progress was glacial, as if every door he knocked on moved further away the harder he pushed. His friends admired his work ethic, yet whispered that misfortune clung to him like smoke. What Edward could not see, but life was patiently trying to show him, was a secret older than the streets he walked. That what you chase with desperation, you drive away. Across town, Eleanor Whitmore, a young seamstress, lived with a different rhythm. She harbored dreams just as vast, but her heart moved with the quiet certainty of tides, not the frantic churn of storms. Eleanor worked diligently, yet with an openness that left space for life to unfold. She did not beg the universe for her success. She prepared a place for it, as naturally as one might ready a room for an honored guest. She stitched joy into every seam, believing, knowing, that what was hers would find her. And so it did. A passing customer, impressed by the grace of her spirit more than the dresses she made, connected her to the city's most prestigious boutique. Eleanor's life turned not because she forced the doors open, but because she stood still enough to let them swing toward her. You see, there is a great paradox hidden in plain sight. The more force you exert upon reality, the more it hardens against you. Reality is not a wall to be knocked down, but a river to be entered. Push against it, and it pushes back. Stand within it, and it carries you further than you could ever swim. The energy of striving carries with it the whisper of lack, the unspoken belief that what you want is missing. In responding to that energy, life simply. In the soft twilight of 1932 Chicago, Henry Whitman saw behind the worn counter of his cobbler's shop, watching another day slip quietly into night. For years he had dreamed of expansion, imagining a bustling storefront, apprentices bustling about, and the proud satisfaction of seeing his name gleaming in gold letters above a grand window. Yet each year looked much like the last. No matter how fiercely he set goals, how many hours he worked, how determinedly he vowed that this year would be different, life stubbornly mirrored back the same modest results. Henry believed he had a circumstance problem, not enough customers, not enough luck, not enough support. But the truth lay hidden deeper, just beyond the surface of his restless effort. A few blocks away, under a crumbling theater marquee, lived Clarissa Vaughn, a young playwright who seemed to carry the very air of change with her. Though her scripts often went unnoticed and her rent remained unpaid, something in Clarissa's world shifted constantly. Small doors appeared where walls once stood. Invitations found her without her seeking them. One crisp autumn morning, she revealed her secret to a friend in a sunlit cafe. Clarissa did not chase change. She became it. She did not demand that life move. She moved first, inside, carrying the feeling, the breath, the energy of the new reality she had already accepted as true. Life, in its unfailing loyalty, simply responded. You see, the reason change has always eluded you is not because life refuses you. It is because in your pursuit of change, you have unknowingly anchored yourself to the old. Every time you declare, "I must change," you reinforce the silent belief that something is wrong now. The energy you broadcast is one of resistance, of dissatisfaction, of pushing against what is. And reality, ever the faithful mirror, continues to echo back the same version of you who is struggling, striving, trying. Change does not come to the one who wars with what is. It comes to the one who embodies what will be. Imagine standing before a great mirror, demanding that the reflection smile before you do. The absurdity becomes clear, yet this is how most approach their lives, waiting for the outer world to shift before they allow the inner one to follow. In truth, the mirror only smiles when you do first. In the same way, reality can only reflect a new life once you inwardly become the one who lives it. The secret behind why change has felt so distant is devastatingly simple. You have been trying to create transformation through effort when transformation only bows to embodiment. The new life you seek is not achieved, it is accepted. It blooms not from a field of striving, but from a soil of silent knowing. When you cease the frantic effort to force life's hand, when you become internally at peace with what you desire as if it were already yours, then and only then does change cease being a future hope and become a present inevitability. In the rain-slick streets of 1935 Boston, William Hart pressed his forehead against the cool glass of his modest apartment window, watching rivulets of water race each other down the pane. His life had become a mirror of that endless chase, one goal tumbling after another, one desperate effort folding into the next. Day after day he pushed harder, clawing toward success, fulfillment, peace. Yet the more he strained, the further these things seemed to drift from his grasp, like ships disappearing into a mist he could never penetrate. His muscles ached not from the labor itself, but from the invisible battle he waged against reality, believing that only through struggle could transformation be earned. Several blocks away, nestled in a small bookshop fragrant with leather bindings and candle wax, Eleanor Simmons approached life differently. She, too, had known longing. She had her dreams, her silent prayers whispered into the folds of night. But one evening, exhausted by years of reaching and wrestling, Eleanor made a radical decision. She would no longer struggle. She would no longer battle reality into submission. She would soften instead. She would move with life, not against it. She would stop demanding change and start allowing it. In that surrender, something curious happened. New opportunities appeared effortlessly. Clients sought her out without her advertising. A publisher, entranced by the simple clarity of her writing, stumbled upon her work in a forgotten corner of the library. It was as if the entire universe had simply been waiting for her to stop fighting. You see, the world is not moved by frantic effort. It responds to congruence, to internal alignment, to the silent power of being, rather than the noisy striving of doing. The paradox is this: the moment you stop struggling, you cease reinforcing the very reality you wish to escape. Struggle is a prayer to the universe for more struggle. It declares through energy, not words, "This is hard, this is far, this is separate from me." And life, faithful to the vibration you emit, echoes back what you have declared. Transformation begins not with harder work, not with louder affirmations, not with more desperate reaching, but with the simplest, most courageous act of all, the cessation of struggle. The stillness that follows is not empty. It is potent. In it, the tangled knots of resistance loosen. In it, the heavy gates you once tried to pry open begin to swing on silent hinges. In it, you return to the natural rhythm from which all true change is born. Effortless, organic, inevitable. When you stop the struggle, you signal to life that you trust it. You demonstrate, not with words, but with your entire being, that you are ready to receive rather than to chase. The river does not need your frantic paddling to reach the ocean. It needs only your trust in the current already carrying you there. In the surrender of struggle, transformation ceases being a distant dream and becomes the very ground you stand upon. In the dim light of a 1937 Parisian café, Sébastien Moreau sipped his bitter coffee and leafed through the crumpled pages of another rejection letter. He had talent, that much was certain. Critics who bothered to read his manuscripts agreed he wrote with the hands of angels. Yet success remained elusive, slipping past him like a shadow just beyond his reach. Sebastian believed he needed better connections, luckier timing, perhaps even a different city. What he did not yet understand was that an invisible force was scripting the story of his life, one more powerful than skill, ambition, or even the passing whims of fortune. Across the river, Amélie Dupont wandered through the open-air market, basket in hand, humming to herself. She was no less ambitious than Sebastian, no less determined, yet her life unfolded with a grace that seemed almost magical. Opportunities found her, strangers became patrons. Ideas she dreamt of in passing bloomed into tangible success. Amélie's secret was not something she consciously articulated, but something she lived effortlessly. She held a silent expectation of goodness, a natural belief that life would meet her with kindness. And so it did. You see, there is a force far subtler than action, and far more commanding than mere effort. It is the dominant frequency of your assumptions, the silent, unquestioned beliefs you carry like a scent around you, announcing your reality to the universe without a word being spoken. This field of silent expectation is the hidden architect shaping every event, every encounter, every so-called coincidence in your life. It is not your conscious hopes that mold reality, but your subconscious certainties. Life does not respond to what you wish to be true. It responds to what you have quietly accepted as inevitable. Sebastian's letters and dreams spoke of success, but the deeper current he carried was one of doubt, of waiting, of believing that true recognition was always just beyond today's horizon. And so the horizon kept receding, faithful to the map he unknowingly drew. Amélie, on the other hand, moved through her days steeped in a quiet conviction that her life was already blessed, already guided. She was not fighting to make it so. She was simply living from the truth of it. And life, ever the loyal mirror, reflected her inner world back to her with exquisite precision. The hidden force shaping your life is not fate, not fortune, not external circumstances conspiring for or against you. It is your own energetic signature, the thoughts you repeat without noticing, the feelings you accept as natural, the identity you embody when no one is watching. Change the hidden frequency, and the visible world has no choice but to rearrange itself around you. When you finally turn inward and recognize this silent architect, the game changes. You stop wrestling with shadows. You stop chasing outcomes. You realize you were the cause all along. The hidden force was never outside of you. It was you emanating into reality, waiting patiently for you to awaken and remember your forgotten power. In the misty dawn of 1939, Edinburgh, Thomas Wainwright stood at the foot of Arthur's Seat, staring at the vast stretch of sky swallowing the hill's jagged silhouette. For months, he had wrestled with a decision, whether to leave behind his stable, suffocating life and pursue the uncertain call of his true passions. Every day he debated, planned, analyzed, and projected, yet the road ahead remained clouded, stubbornly refusing to reveal a path. The harder he tried to force clarity, the more tangled his thoughts became, like a bird caught in its own frantic wings. Thomas believed he needed to act, to push, to do something to make life respond. What he did not yet know was that life itself was holding its breath, waiting for him to become still. Across the narrow alleys and winding stone streets, a different story unfolded. In a quiet bakery tucked away behind the bustling markets, Mary Fletcher lived by another rhythm. When faced with uncertainty, Mary did not charge forward in blind reaction. She allowed herself to stop, to listen, to quiet the mental storms until her inner sky cleared naturally. She understood, in a way most never grasp, that reality is a listening entity. It responds not to noise, but to stillness. And so, as Mary rested into trust, answers found her, opportunities appeared without struggle, and pathways opened with a grace that seemed to those watching almost miraculous. You see, reality does not move because you struggle against it. It moves because you align with it. When you are chaotic, reality reflects chaos. When you are still, reality reflects order. Most imagine that motion must be answered by motion, that the universe is a machine requiring gears and levers pulled into place by frantic hands. But reality, in its deepest structure, moves more like a river than a machine. You do not push the river. You do not demand it carry you faster. You become still within its flow, and it carries you exactly where you are meant to go. Thomas's breakthrough came not from more thinking, not from more agonizing decisions, but from one simple act of surrender. One misty morning, exhausted from his own inner war, he sat quietly beneath the old elm tree near the summit and did nothing. No planning, no pleading, no demands, just stillness. In that vast, quiet moment, a certainty arose from the silence, a direction so clear and effortless, it was as if the earth itself had whispered it into his bones. Within days, opportunities appeared without warning, contacts aligned, and the once invisible path stretched out before him like a road, long prepared but unseen. Reality waits for you to become still, because only then can it mirror back your true essence, untangled from the distortions of fear and effort. It is not your movement that compels life forward. It is your stillness that invites its unfolding. When you finally understand that your racing thoughts, your desperate striving, your restless urgency are the very barriers you are attempting to overcome, you step into a mastery few ever reach. Reality moves when you become still because, in that stillness, you are no longer chasing life. You are standing where life can finally meet you. In the hushed gardens of 1940 Kyoto, a man named Satoshi Mori tended to his bonsai trees with a reverence that bordered on the sacred. He did not hurry the branches into position. He did not demand that the roots twist according to his schedule. Instead, Satoshi worked with the rhythm already alive inside each tree, trusting the unseen forces of growth that moved without noise, without urgency, without resistance. His fingers coaxed, his patience guided, but his power was unforced. Visitors marveled at the way his trees seemed to embody a living serenity, each leaf an expression of something timeless and unseen. Satoshi understood a truth that few grasp. True power does not announce itself through effort. True power moves silently, gently, and with inevitability. Across the world, in the steel-crushed streets of industrial Detroit, Robert Langston hammered his days away in the relentless clamor of a factory floor. He believed in effort, in grind, in conquering the day through force. Yet for all his exhaustion, life rarely yielded to him. Promotions slipped past, health deteriorated, joy evaporated. Robert could not see that his unrelenting push created an invisible wall between him and the very things he longed for. His power was loud, desperate, brittle, and brittle things by their very nature break under pressure. You see, the universe does not respond to the loudest cry or the hardest push. It responds to the stillest certainty. There is a law older than any written code, etched into the fabric of existence itself. The law of unforced power. This law states that what is truly powerful needs no strain, no desperation, no show of force. A river does not muscle its way to the sea, yet it carves valleys deeper than mountains. The sun does not plead for the flowers to bloom, yet all life bends toward its quiet presence. True power radiates, it does not chase. When you move from unforced power, you no longer grip reality with white-knuckled need. You trust that what you are is already magnetic to what you seek. You act when action arises naturally, not from panic but from inner clarity. You speak not to impress, but because silence has flowered into expression. And in this unburdened state, the universe moves on your behalf, with a precision and timing that no amount of effort could manufacture. Satoshi's trees grew into masterpieces not because he forced them, but because he honored the slow dance already unfolding within them. In the same way, life blooms for those who trust its rhythms, who respect its unseen timelines, who dare to stand still enough for their inner gravity to work. Robert, tired of fighting, would one day stumble upon this truth himself, though only after surrendering to an illness that forced him to rest. In that reluctant stillness, life began to bring him opportunities he had once tried and failed to seize. The universe rewards stillness not because it demands passivity, but because stillness signals alignment. When you no longer act from lack, when your movements arise from fullness instead of fear, you step into the current of creation itself. And the law, faithful and silent, carries you exactly where you were always meant to go. In the sleepy town of 1942, Savannah, Margaret Ellis began each morning with a careful ritual. She would rise before the sun, open her windows to let the first light spill into the room, and set a table for one with the same care as if she were hosting royalty. The neighbors found her habits peculiar, even extravagant, for a woman of modest means. Yet somehow, everything in Margaret's life seemed touched by a quiet grace. Opportunities found her without her chasing them. Friendships blossomed without her forcing them. Health, abundance, and contentment surrounded her like unseen companions. What Margaret understood, though few ever did, was that life is built not from visible actions alone, but from an invisible architecture laid down by daily consciousness. Across town, George Whitaker lived a life that seemed stitched together with frayed thread. He worked tirelessly, rushing from one obligation to the next, his days a series of tasks stacked precariously atop one another. Yet for all his effort, life felt heavy, chaotic, resistant. George believed he had a luck problem, a timing problem, perhaps even a resource problem, but the real architecture of his life was being built each day by the unconscious thoughts he allowed to frame his mornings, the silent fears he let structure his afternoons, the quiet resignations that bricked up his evenings. You see, every day you are laying down the blueprints of your future, not through grand gestures or dramatic declarations, but through the small, repeated habits of your mind. Every thought is a beam, every emotion is a pillar, every assumption you carry is a wall or a window, shaping what can and cannot enter your life. The invisible precedes the visible, the energetic skeleton of your day, the way you feel when you open your eyes, the silent conversations you have with yourself as you walk to your car, the assumptions you make about the people you meet. All of it is the true construction crew of your reality. Margaret's life was not graceful because of luck. It was graceful because she consciously laid the inner foundations each day with care, reverence, and gratitude. She lived as if beauty and kindness were already the unseen walls holding her life together, and so they became visible in time. George's life, built from unconscious reactions, hidden worries, and silent bitterness, could not help but collapse into the very chaos he unknowingly constructed. The architecture of your life is not neutral. It is constantly building, even when you are unaware of it. The only question is whether you are the deliberate architect of your days or the accidental tenant of structures built from fear and habit. Begin to notice the invisible choices you are making each morning. Begin to notice the tone you set, the first thought you believe, the first feeling you feed. In these small, invisible moments, you are either fortifying your future or undermining it. Life builds itself according to the unseen blueprints you supply. When you choose them consciously, with stillness and certainty, the structures that rise around you will no longer be accidents of thought. They will be cathedrals of intention. In the narrow alleys of 1941, Florence, Luca Benedetti stood before a faded wooden cart overflowing with flowers, his calloused hands clutching the last bouquet he could not seem to sell. Business had been slow for months, but instead of clearing space for new inventory, Luca kept every wilted blossom, every fading petal, believing that throwing them away would be a betrayal of effort, a loss he could not afford. His cart grew heavy, weighed down by what he refused to release. Day after day, Customers walked by, their eyes flickering with polite disinterest. Luca clung harder, believing that by holding on, he was preserving value, protecting what little he had left. What he could not see was that in clinging to what had already withered, he was closing the space through which new life could enter. In a sun-drenched courtyard nearby, Sophia Mancini lived by another wisdom. Each morning she pruned the roses in her tiny garden with a ruthless tenderness, snipping away every bloom that had begun to fade, every branch that no longer carried vitality. It pained her sometimes to let go of what had once been beautiful, but she trusted the deeper rhythm of life, that what was released with love would be returned in greater abundance. Her garden thrived, not in spite of her willingness to let go, but because of it. New blooms appeared with startling speed, each more vibrant than the last, as if the earth itself rewarded her faith in its unseen cycles. You see, holding on too tightly does not preserve blessings. It repels them. When you clutch at what is fading, you signal to life that you do not trust its generosity. You declare without words that there is not enough, that you must hoard every scrap, that abundance is fickle and unreliable, and the universe, always faithful to the vibration you emit, mirrors back a world where scarcity seems real and loss inevitable. Blessings flow where there is openness, not constriction. They flourish in spaces prepared for them, not in hands too full of yesterday to receive today. Luca's cart remained heavy with dead flowers because he believed he could not afford to make room. Sophia's garden burst with life because she honored the sacred necessity of clearing space. What appears empty is never truly vacant in the eyes of the universe. It is an invitation. It is a vessel. It is the silent prayer of readiness. In your own life, examine where you are holding on too tightly. To relationships that have completed their season, to jobs that no longer nourish you, to identities that no longer fit the soul you are becoming. Understand that release is not abandonment. It is trust. It is partnership with a universe that seeks always to give you more than you can imagine, if only you create the space to receive it. The blessings meant for you are abundant, patient, and waiting. They do not force their way into clenched fists. They flow into open hands, into open hearts, into lives brave enough to say, I trust what is coming more than I fear what is leaving. In letting go, you do not lose. You prepare for the miracle already on its way. In the windswept fields outside Dublin in 1936, Patrick Donnelly leaned against the weathered fence post of his family farm, watching dark clouds swirl across the afternoon sky. The crops needed rain, but too much rain could destroy them. The markets needed strength, but strength was often followed by sudden collapse. In his younger years, Patrick would have paced the fields, wringing his hands, sending frantic prayers into the wind, trying somehow to force nature to favor him. But age had taught him what urgency could not, that there are seasons when the most powerful act a man can take is none at all, that standing still, rooted like an ancient oak, invites the universe to shift its pieces into place far more elegantly than any amount of running or pleading ever could. In the crowded streets of Dublin proper, Claire O'Sullivan faced a similar crossroads. Her modest shop sat empty most days, customers scarce and income scarcer. Friends advised her to pivot, to rebrand, to discount everything and chase a different market. Every instinct in her urged her to react, to scramble for solutions. But something deeper inside her, something wiser, whispered otherwise. It told her to hold, to stand firm, to trust that unseen movements were already underway beyond what her senses could perceive. And so Claire did the hardest thing of all. She remained still. You see, standing still is not inaction. It is participation with forces much greater than your visible hands. The world you see is not the only world at work. Beneath the surface of what you call reality, endless arrangements are being made on your behalf, connections forming, circumstances shifting, pieces sliding silently into place. But these movements are delicate. They require space. They require steadiness. They require a center so anchored in trust that the winds of uncertainty cannot blow it over. Patrick's crops flourished not because he worried the rain into coming, but because he stood ready to meet whatever the sky delivered. Claire's fortunes changed when a visiting publisher wandered into her shop one rainy morning, entranced not by frantic advertising, but by the quiet, steadfast energy that filled the air. He commissioned her to design the entire interior of his new bookstore, a project that catapulted her work into prominence almost overnight. Neither victory came through force. They came because they were allowed to come. When you stand still, you signal to the universe that you are ready. You show that your foundation is strong enough to support the blessings preparing to land. You allow reality to rearrange itself without you cluttering the process with panic and interference. It is one of the greatest acts of courage a soul can perform, to hold your ground when everything around you tempts you to scramble. Life is not ignoring you when it grows quiet. It is working behind the curtain. Trust that what is meant for you is already on its way. Winding through the unseen pathways only stillness can open. Stand firm. Stand patient. Stand ready. The world is already rearranging itself in your favor. In the golden dust of 1944, Santa Fe, Maria Delgado swept the porch of her family's modest inn, watching travelers come and go with the changing seasons. In her youth, Maria had been quick to respond to every slight, every obstacle, every unexpected change. She had thought strength meant swift reaction, immediate correction, a readiness to fight or fix at the slightest provocation. But over time, life had taught her another rhythm. She noticed that the people who seemed truly powerful, the ones whose lives unfolded with quiet dignity, were not the fastest to react. They were the ones who paused, who watched, who allowed the dust to settle before taking even a single step. In the town square not far from Maria's inn lived Samuel Reyes, a merchant known for his temper. Samuel reacted to everything: a delayed shipment, a rude customer, a rumor whispered on the wind. His reactions were loud, immediate, forceful, and though he believed he was demonstrating strength, his life grew increasingly chaotic, a swirling storm of conflicts and fires he himself had inadvertently fueled. The more he reacted, the more life seemed to provoke him. The more he pushed against the world, the more the world seemed to push back. You see, true power lies not in reacting to what appears, but in maintaining the inner authority to choose your energy regardless of appearances. Reaction is a chain. It links you to circumstances and drags you through them. Non-reaction is liberation. It severs the link and places you above the storm. Life tests you not by what it gives, but by what it triggers. When you react, you are declaring to the universe, "This outside thing controls me." When you remain still inside, you declare, "I control me." And the universe, ever responsive to your state, adjusts accordingly. Maria learned to smile gently at the minor inconveniences that once would have soured her day. She learned to breathe before speaking, to watch before judging, to wait before moving. And something extraordinary happened. The world began to organize itself differently around her. Conflicts dissolved before reaching her doorstep. Opportunities found her without drama. Solutions revealed themselves without strain. Her non-reaction became a gravitational force, pulling peace and prosperity into her orbit. Samuel, burdened by his endless reactivity, continued to spin in a vortex of minor battles and lost chances. His world mirrored his inner turbulence faithfully, for reality does not discriminate between conscious and unconscious commands. It simply amplifies whatever signal you are broadcasting. The world is a mirror, not a commander. It takes its cues from you, not the other way around. Every moment you are offered the chance to react or remain sovereign. In those moments, you are not just shaping your experience, you are shaping your reality. Power belongs to those who understand that not every ripple demands a response. It belongs to those who can stand still at the center of the wave, unmoved, knowing that they are the calm, not the storm. True power is not the ability to dominate life, but the ability to remain free from its attempts to dominate you. In the quiet mornings of 1945, Charleston, Evelyn Carter would sit by the window of her small boarding house, a steaming cup of tea cradled in her hands. She had dreams once, dreams of travel, of music, of a life much larger than the one mapped out for her. Yet as the years passed, she found herself doing less chasing and more waiting, not in despair, but with a peculiar kind of patience. Neighbors often wondered why Evelyn, who seemed to make no great efforts to be seen, somehow always attracted the right visitors, the right conversations, the right opportunities. They called her lucky. Evelyn knew better. She understood something that few around her could grasp. When you become still, truly still within yourself, the universe cannot help but find you. Down on the bustling harbor, Thomas Briggs lived by a different creed. He worked tirelessly, moving from one venture to the next with restless energy, always grasping, always searching. Thomas believed success belonged to those who ran fastest, spoke loudest, hustled hardest. Yet no matter how much ground he covered, the things he sought seemed always just out of reach, slipping through the cracks of his frantic hands. Thomas could not see that his constant motion was not bringing life closer, it was driving it further away. You see, stillness is not idleness. It is an active force, a magnetic field that draws what is meant for you into your orbit. When you are still, not merely physically but inwardly, you signal to the universe that you are ready, you are open, you are no longer scrambling after life, but standing as a lighthouse, steady and luminous, allowing all that belongs to you to find its way through the fog. Movement born of lack sends out a frequency of chasing. Stillness born of trust sends out a frequency of possession. Life does not respond to need, it responds to embodiment. Evelyn's life unfolded with grace because her stillness made her visible in ways no striving ever could. Artists, scholars, travelers, they found her boarding house not through advertising but through invisible currents, as if drawn by something deeper than logic. They found in her presence a rare and precious thing, a soul not grasping, not rushing, but welcoming. Thomas, surrounded by noise and momentum, remained unseen by the very fortunes he chased. The harder he moved, the more he obscured his own signal, blending into the static of the world's endless striving. Stillness is a declaration. I am here. I am whole. I am ready. It is the boldest invitation you can send into the field of possibility. The universe, always listening, always watching, responds to that signal without hesitation. Become still, not in defeat, but in mastery. Let your stillness speak louder than your words, stronger than your plans. Stand like Evelyn at the window of your own life, open and ready, and watch as all that is truly yours crosses mountains, oceans, and time itself to find you. In the lavender twilight of 1946, Provence, Marcel Dubois closed the shutters of his small countryside home and extinguished the final lamp of the evening. His hands, rough from tending vines all day, folded gently over his chest as he laid down to sleep. What Marcel did not realize, and what so many in their hurried waking hours forget, was that as he surrendered to rest, a symphony of unseen forces began their quiet work on his behalf. Invisible threads woven from every intention, every surrendered desire, every silent knowing he had released into the night, stretched across unseen realms, arranging the pieces of tomorrow in ways he could neither measure nor predict. Miles away, in the winding streets of Arles, Juliette Fournier struggled against the current of life with every fiber of her being. She stayed awake into the small hours, rehearsing conversations that had not yet happened, worrying over outcomes she could not control. She believed that vigilance was the price of progress, that rest was a betrayal of ambition. Yet for all her sleepless nights and strained thoughts, little seemed to shift in her favor. The harder she clung to consciousness, the more tangled her life became. The unseen forces she might have partnered with stood patiently at a distance, waiting for an invitation that never came. You see, the universe is not deaf to your desires, but it moves most elegantly when you release your grip. When you rest, truly rest, not just in body but in heart and mind, you open the gates for the forces of life to maneuver in your favor. Sleep is not a break from creation, it is a crucial phase of it. It is in rest that your intentions leave the narrow corridors of conscious control and enter the vast cathedral of infinite possibility. What you hold lightly before you surrender to sleep is carried far and wide by hands you cannot see, setting into motion the meetings, ideas, and chances that will soon cross your waking path. Marcel's vineyard flourished not because he obsessed over each vine during the night, but because he allowed the natural rhythms of growth to do what they had always been designed to do. His willingness to rest demonstrated a trust that nature could handle what his hands could not. Juliet's restless mind, by contrast, broadcasted doubt into the very field she hoped to influence, unintentionally delaying the very blessings she chased. In your own life, consider what burdens you are carrying past the sunset, what battles you are fighting even after the day has ended. Understand that surrendering your worries to the night is not abandonment, it is collaboration. It is placing your trust in the forces that do their finest work beyond your sight. Tonight, as you close your eyes, offer your dreams, your desires, and your silent longings to the unseen currents that await your permission to move. Know that while you rest, the universe labors tirelessly on your behalf, sculpting a reality that could never take shape under the heavy hand of conscious striving alone. In the deep hush of surrender, the miracles you seek are already unfolding. In the early spring of 1947, Vienna, Anton Weiss sat alone at a corner table in the Café Adler, a worn notebook resting beside his untouched cup of coffee. For years he had carried a dream of publishing his philosophy essays, but rejection after rejection had weathered his spirit. The city moved on around him, clinking glasses, laughter, hurried footsteps, while Anton remained suspended in an invisible waiting room, yearning for a break, for someone to see him. That evening, as twilight spread its long fingers over the cobblestones, something subtle but irreversible stirred within him. It was not a loud decision, not a triumphant vow. It was a silent shift, so gentle it barely registered in his mind. He simply let go. He ceased needing to be seen. He ceased needing anything at all. In that quiet moment, he surrendered the fight, and without knowing it, he stepped into a different world. Across town, Elise Gruber hurried through her daily routine, determined to force her music career into existence through endless auditions, tireless networking, and restless ambition. Yet doors remained closed, and each new effort seemed to meet an invisible resistance. Elise believed the answer lay in trying harder, pushing louder. What she did not see was that the real work, the only work that mattered, happened not in the noise of doing, but in the silent shift of being. You see, life changes not when you wrestle it into new shapes, but when you quietly become someone new within. The outer world, so stubborn and slow when pushed, moves with astonishing speed when you change without announcement, without effort, without noise. It is not a grand ceremony. It is a slight tilt of the soul, a turning of the heart so small that only reality itself notices, and then rushes to reflect it. Anton's world began to rearrange itself the very next morning. A publisher, visiting from Switzerland, wandered into the cafe seeking shelter from a sudden rainstorm. His gaze fell upon the forgotten notebook Anton had left behind. Curious, he flipped through its pages and found within them a voice he had long been seeking. Within weeks, Anton's essays traveled farther than he had ever dared hope. His life changed, not because he had fought harder, but because he had finally surrendered the silent energy of needing. Elise, trapped still in the frantic drumbeat of doing, found herself exhausted and confused, her dreams more distant than ever. The universe, faithful as always, mirrored the turmoil she carried within. The silent shift that changes everything is an act of deep inner alchemy. It is not made with words, it is not made with desperate action. It is made with a quiet exhale, a deep knowing, a release of all that clutches and clings. It is the moment you no longer ask reality to change, and instead become the version of yourself for whom reality must change. When you master the art of silent shifting, you realize you do not need to shout to be heard by the universe. You need only to become quietly the person who already holds what you once sought. Reality, ever the attentive mirror, will adjust itself accordingly, without fanfare, but with unwavering precision. In the chilly dawn of 1948 Copenhagen, Henrik Larsson wrapped his woolen scarf tighter against his neck and prepared for another long day at the docks. His dreams of becoming an architect had long since been buried beneath years of obligation and practicality. Yet every evening, in the cramped solitude of his flat, he spread out worn blueprints across his table, sketching designs no one would ever see. Henrik believed that if he just tried harder, worked longer hours, saved more pennies, sacrificed more sleep, perhaps, somehow, life would finally bend in his favor. Yet the harder he strained, the further away the life he imagined seemed to drift, like a distant ship receding into the mist. In a sunlit studio tucked away behind a bakery, Elise Sorensen painted watercolors with a different spirit entirely. She too carried dreams, not as burdens to be conquered, but as seeds to be nurtured gently. Elise worked, yes, but her work flowed from a place of quiet trust rather than desperate effort. She did not force the world to notice her. She allowed her art to exist, and in allowing it, she allowed herself to be seen. One morning, a traveler from London wandered into the bakery for a warm roll, caught sight of her paintings through the open door, and changed her life with a single offer of exhibition. You see, the world has long whispered a myth that if you try harder, you will have more. That success, fulfillment, love, all of it, can be wrestled into existence through sheer willpower. But life is not a prize to be won by force. It is a garden that blooms under care, not coercion. Trying harder when born from fear signals to the universe that you do not believe in its generosity. It broadcasts lack, urgency, desperation. And so reality, ever loyal to your frequency, mirrors back struggle, delay, and distance. Henrik's dreams remained frozen because his effort was laced with resistance. Every sketch was a battle against time, against money, against himself. His energy screamed of scarcity. Life had no choice but to reflect that scarcity back to him. Elise's world unfolded with grace because she let life breathe. She let her dreams be without suffocating them under the weight of frantic need. Her energy sang of trust, of quiet certainty. And life, hearing that song, sang back in harmony. The miracle of letting be is not passivity. It is participation at the deepest level. It is saying to life, I trust you enough to not choke you. It is showing up with your heart open but your hands unclenched. It is creating, offering, living, and then allowing the forces larger than you to weave the rest. When you stop trying harder and start letting be, you step into the slipstream of effortless creation. Life does not ignore those who let go. It rushes to meet them, eager to fill the spaces they have left uncluttered by fear. In that sacred space, miracles unfold, not as rewards for exhaustion, but as the natural blossoming of all that was always meant to be yours. In the warm haze of 1949, Lisbon Rafael Moreira leaned against the stone balcony of his modest apartment, overlooking the humming city streets below. He held a letter in his hand, the ink still fresh, an offer for a position he had once dreamed of, but had long given up chasing. Raphael smiled to himself, remembering the countless nights he had spent years earlier, begging life to notice him, sending desperate pleas into the silent sky. Back then, nothing had moved. The more he grasped, the tighter reality seemed to close around him. But something had changed in Raphael, not in the world, not in his talents or timing, but in the invisible current of certainty that now flowed through his being. He had stopped asking for proof. He had stopped negotiating with fate. He had simply known, and the universe, faithful to the frequencies he carried, had responded not to his need, but to his certainty. In the narrow alleyways where merchants cried their wares, Sofia Alvarez lived the opposite story. She rushed from opportunity to opportunity, grasping at promises, making desperate bargains with time and energy she did not have. Her voice, her letters, her very presence carried the tremble of doubt, the unspoken plea, choose me, notice me, validate me. And though she wore herself thin with effort, life seemed only to mirror her uncertainty, withholding what she begged for, granting fleeting glimpses of success that evaporated as quickly as they appeared. You see, the universe does not move in response to urgency. It moves in response to certainty. It listens not to your words, but to the silent conviction woven into the spaces between them. Desperation broadcasts a signal of lack, of separation, of disbelief in the inevitability of your desires. Certainty, on the other hand, sends out a frequency so clear, so unwavering, that life has no choice but to organize itself around it. Raphael's world shifted not because he found a better method or made a louder noise, but because he became internally unmoved. His certainty acted as a gravitational force, pulling people, opportunities, and circumstances into orbit around him. He no longer sought signs to reassure him. He became the sign, and in becoming he attracted everything he had once chased. Sophia's endless striving, though well-intentioned, sent a different message. I am not sure it will happen. And so life, mirroring that uncertainty with precision, kept her locked in a cycle of almosts and maybes. Certainty is not arrogance. It is not shouting at the sky. It is a silent agreement between you and existence, a knowing so deep that no delay, no detour, no obstacle can unseat it. It is the soil in which miracles take root. When you move through life with quiet certainty, the universe responds as if it has received its orders. Doors open without knocking. Bridges appear where before there were none. The difference between waiting and receiving is not in effort. It is in certainty. Become the one who already holds what they once wished for, and reality, bound by its unseen laws, will move mountains to meet you. In the misty mornings of 1950 Galway, Nora Brennan walked the same cobbled streets she had known since childhood, her basket swinging lightly at her side. She had no great wealth, no grand title, and yet a peculiar abundance seemed to trail behind her wherever she went. Opportunities came unbidden. Help appeared before she asked. Joy bloomed in the most unlikely places. To those who knew her, Nora seemed blessed by fortune. They whispered that she was simply lucky, touched by some invisible hand. But Nora carried no luck in her pocket. She carried something far rarer, faith without force. The silent certainty that life would support her without the need to wrestle it into submission. Not far from Nora's favorite bakery, Michael O'Connor lived with a different rhythm. He planned every hour meticulously, straining to control each detail of his life with precision. His mind raced with contingencies, strategies, backup plans for his backup plans. Michael believed that if he ever loosened his grip, even for a moment, everything he had built would crumble. His days were filled with effort, and his nights were burdened by worry. Yet despite all his control, life often slipped through his fingers like water, unpredictable and indifferent to his struggles. You see, there is a hidden current beneath the surface of existence, a current that carries those who trust it and drowns those who fight it. Faith without force is the rare art of stepping into that current without demanding how fast it should move or where it must carry you. It is the quiet conviction that life is not against you, that the invisible threads are weaving something far grander than your immediate plans can conceive. It is not passive surrender, it is powerful alignment with the deeper intelligence of the universe. Nora's life blossomed because she walked with that unshakable trust. She planted seeds with her actions, yes, but she did not stand over them with clenched fists, commanding them to grow. She moved lightly, offering her dreams to life like prayers released into the wind, knowing that what was hers would find her without force. And so it did, again and again, in ways more beautiful than she could have orchestrated. Michael, for all his effort, operated from a place of distrust. His force declared to the universe, "If I do not control everything, nothing good will happen." And the universe, faithful to the vibration of his belief, mirrored back resistance, exhaustion, and delay. Faith without force is a gateway to miracles, but it demands something most find difficult: the willingness to release control, to act without desperation, to believe without demanding proof. It asks you to let life breathe, to let it surprise you, to trust that your role is not to manufacture every outcome, but to align so completely with your highest truth that the outcomes naturally form around you. When you embody faith without force, you become a beacon. Life responds not to the clamor of your demands, but to the silent radiance of your trust. And in that radiance, doors open without knocking, paths unfold without pushing, and what you once chased now rushes eagerly to meet you. In the muted light of 1951 Edinburgh, James McAllister stood before the carved oak door of the publisher's office, manuscript clutched tightly in hand. He had knocked on so many doors before, both real and metaphorical, each time filled with the hopeful urgency that perhaps this would be the day someone answered. Rejection had become a familiar echo in his life, and yet still he knocked again and again, louder and louder, trying to force his way into the future he believed he had to earn through persistence alone. That morning he hesitated a moment longer before reaching for the brass knocker. Something deep within him stirred, a voice softer than thought itself, whispering that the answer he sought would not come through more pounding. It would come through something he had not yet dared to try: stillness. Just across town, in a tiny loft above a cobbler's shop, Elizabeth Fraser penned letters she never sent. She wrote of her dreams, her aspirations, her silent longings to live a life beyond the narrow expectations set before her. For years she had knocked metaphorically as well, on opportunities, relationships, ambitions, only to find doors stubbornly closed. One evening, exhausted by the endless cycle, Elizabeth set down her pen and simply decided she would no longer chase. She would no longer knock. She would become so deeply aligned with her vision, so at peace with her worth, that life would have no choice but to rearrange itself around her. And so she stopped knocking and started becoming. You see, the universe does not respond to noise. It responds to resonance. Every knock, born of desperation, carries the vibration of lack, of disbelief, of hoping against hope. It says, "I do not have what I seek." And life, ever faithful, reflects that state back. But the moment you stop knocking, not out of defeat, but out of profound trust, the door swings open effortlessly. When you cease begging life to notice you, when you instead become the embodiment of what you seek, life cannot help but notice. It must respond. James, after lowering his hand from the knocker, did not flee or despair. He simply sat on the steps outside that great oak door, feeling the strange calm of non-effort settle into his bones. He stopped demanding. He started breathing, and within minutes, a junior editor, stepping out for air, struck up a casual conversation with him. That conversation led to an invitation, which led to a reading, which led to the publication he had chased for so long, all without a single formal knock. Elizabeth's life blossomed in much the same way. Opportunities began arriving through unexpected channels. An old friend mentioning her name at a dinner party, a random encounter on a train, each one unfolding without her pounding, pleading, or pushing. The door opens the moment you stop knocking, because in that stillness you become the invitation. You radiate the certainty that what you seek is already yours, and reality, governed by laws older than time itself, simply rushes forward to fill the space you have opened in trust. The door you were beating against was never locked. It was waiting for your becoming, not your pleading. In the crisp autumn air of 1952 Philadelphia, Benjamin Harris walked the long avenues with a portfolio of paintings tucked under his arm, knocking on gallery doors, pleading for a chance to be seen. Each rejection hollowed him a little more until the act of carrying his dreams began to feel heavier than the canvas itself. He believed that if he chased hard enough, if he pushed with more determination than anyone else, life would eventually reward him. But the faster he ran toward his vision, the further it seemed to slip away, like a mirage receding with each desperate step. One afternoon, standing before yet another closed door, something inside Benjamin broke, not in defeat, but in a deeper kind of release. He realized he was not living his dream. He was chasing it away. Not far from Benjamin's weary path, Clara Evans spent her afternoons stitching intricate tapestries in a quiet corner shop. She never begged for commissions. She never chased after recognition. She simply poured her spirit into her work, certain that it would find its way into the hands of those it was meant to touch. Clara understood something Benjamin was only beginning to glimpse. When you stop chasing life, life turns around and begins to chase you. You see, chasing comes from an invisible but powerful declaration. The silent belief that what you desire is separate from you, distant, unwilling. Every time you chase, you affirm that you do not yet have, that you must strain and grasp and plead. Reality, like a faithful echo, mirrors that belief back with matching resistance. It scatters what you long for just beyond reach, not to punish you, but to remain true to the frequency you are broadcasting. The moment Benjamin put down his portfolio and stopped pleading for the world's attention, something unexpected happened. Instead of forcing his art into galleries, he began painting simply for the love of it again, displaying his pieces in the front window of his sister's bookstore. Passers-by were drawn to the honesty radiating from his work. Within weeks, a local newspaper columnist wrote a feature about the artist who wasn't trying to be seen, and soon after, galleries that once turned him away were calling him instead. Clara's life continued to unfold with quiet grace. Patrons who wandered into her shop felt something they couldn't explain, an authenticity that needed no advertising. Her tapestries adorned grand halls and private homes, not because she chased opportunity, but because opportunity found her stillness irresistible. Reality rearranges itself the moment you cease chasing, because your energy no longer commands distance. It invites arrival. When you stop moving frantically toward life, life moves naturally toward you, filling the open space left by your surrender with blessings you could never have grasped by force. Chasing turns blessings into illusions. Refusing to chase allows them to become inevitable. The life you long for is not running from you. It is circling you, waiting for you to stand still long enough to finally be found. In the soft glow of 1953 Barcelona, Mateo Ruiz sat at the edge of a stone fountain, watching the early morning market stir to life around him. His lips moved in silent prayer, carefully chosen words asking for a new beginning, a chance to break free from the cycle of scarcity that had followed his family for generations. He repeated affirmations, recited mantras, spoke dreams into the air with fervent devotion. Yet even as he spoke, a heaviness clung to him, an invisible shroud woven from doubt, fear, and silent disbelief. Days turned into weeks, weeks into months, and Mateo saw little change. His words filled the sky, but the ground beneath him remained unmoved. He began to wonder if the universe was deaf to his pleas. On the other side of the square, Lucia Alvarez moved differently through life. She spoke few words about her hopes, rarely voiced her ambitions aloud. Instead, she embodied them. She carried herself as one who was already held by life, already chosen, already seen. Her presence was a quiet song that needed no lyrics, a signal that extended beyond language. Opportunities flowed to Lucia effortlessly, and to those watching, it appeared as though life simply favored her. But it was not favor, it was resonance. You see, the universe does not respond to the words you speak. It responds to the energy you broadcast. It reads the silent frequency of your being, the truths you carry beneath your surface. It is not the prayer uttered with trembling lips that moves reality, but the silent certainty or the concealed doubt vibrating beneath it. Words are secondary. Being is primary. Mateo's heartfelt petitions floated unanswered because the vibration underneath them contradicted their message. He asked for abundance while carrying the frequency of fear. He declared belief while swimming in silent despair. The universe, ever faithful to the deeper signal, mirrored back the energy he truly embodied, not the words he layered above it. Lucia's life unfolded with grace, because she aligned her internal state with the reality she wished to live. Without pleading, without forcing, without even speaking much of it, she lived as if it were already done. Her being spoke louder than any spoken request could. Life responded not to what she said, but to what she was. The universe is not a mind that listens to logic. It is a mirror that reflects vibration. It recognizes the unspoken agreements you have made within yourself, the ones you may not even realize you are making. Every emotion, every assumption, every silent certainty sends a signal into the infinite field, and that field answers with absolute fidelity. To change your reality, you do not need louder prayers or more eloquent affirmations. You need to shift your being. You need to carry within you the frequency of the life you desire, quietly, persistently, naturally. Speak if you wish, but understand that your words mean little if your energy says otherwise. When your being sings the song of abundance, love, and certainty, the universe cannot help but sing back in perfect, resounding harmony. In the damp, gray mornings of 1954 London, Arthur Pembroke raced through the crowded streets, a satchel heavy with ledgers slung across his shoulder. Each day he calculated, planned, and fought for his advancement at the trading firm where he worked. He prided himself on his visible effort, believing that if he worked longer hours, took fewer breaks, and ran harder than everyone else, success would have no choice but to notice him. Yet despite the aching muscles, the late nights, the endless to-do lists, Arthur remained firmly in place, watching others ascend ladders he could barely touch. The harder he worked, the heavier life seemed to become, like trying to push a boulder up a hill that only grew steeper with every step. Meanwhile, tucked away in a quiet bookshop along the Thames, Eleanor Ashcroft cultivated her days with a very different rhythm. She too had dreams, aspirations, ambitions, but her focus was not on frantic effort. Instead, Eleanor tended to the invisible work, the unseen refinement of her thoughts, the steady elevation of her emotional state, the silent, persistent shaping of her inner world. Outwardly, her actions seemed almost ordinary, even leisurely. Yet behind those quiet mornings and unhurried afternoons, reality itself was rearranging in her favor. You see, the world glorifies visible effort because it can be measured, praised, and compared. Yet the most powerful forces shaping your life move beneath the surface, unnoticed by the eyes of others. The illusion of effort says that hard work alone creates results. But the truth is subtler and more profound. The invisible work, the unseen alignment of your consciousness, creates the pathways through which effortless success flows. Arthur's efforts, though Herculean, sprang from a place of fear and scarcity. Each late night and desperate calculation whispered to the universe, "I must prove my worth. I must struggle to deserve." and the universe, ever faithful to the signals it receives, obliged by mirroring back endless struggle and the need for more proof. Eleanor, by contrast, moved from a different place entirely. Her quiet days were filled with invisible labor, adjusting her assumptions, elevating her expectations, tending to her emotional landscape with the care of a master gardener. Her actions arose from certainty, not from need. And so life, responding to her invisible architecture, brought opportunities to her doorstep with ease. The power of invisible work is that it prepares the soil long before the seed breaks the surface. It aligns you internally with the reality you wish to experience, so that when movement is needed, it is effortless, natural, inevitable. The most profound changes in your life often emerge not after the most strenuous effort, but after the deepest inner shift, a shift that no one else may see, but that the universe cannot help but obey. When you prioritize the unseen before the seen, the internal before the external, you step into the flow of creation itself. You realize that it is not the loudness of your labor, but the clarity of your being that moves mountains. In the silent chambers where belief is sculpted and certainty is born, reality is already bending quietly toward you, waiting for you to notice that the true work has already begun. In the smoky streets of 1955 New Orleans, Samuel Duval spent his days hammering nails into wooden frames, repairing weather-worn houses that lined the Mississippi River. His hands bore the marks of effort, of labor he could see and measure. At night, sitting alone by a flickering oil lamp, Samuel made plans for his own life with the same mentality, as if it too were a house to be hammered into shape with force and precision. Every problem he encountered he approached with the idea that more effort, more doing, more building would somehow fix it. Yet for all his careful blueprints and tireless work, his life remained stubbornly static, like a riverboat forever anchored to the dock. Just a few streets over, in a second-story flat adorned with potted violets and lace curtains, Anna Rousseau lived by a different wisdom. She understood, perhaps intuitively, that life was not something she had to build with her hands. It was something she had to mirror with her being. She spent her days not in frantic effort, but in quiet alignment, tending to her inner world as one might tend to a mirror, polishing it, clearing it of distortions so that it could reflect back a reality that matched her truest self. You see, the great misconception is that life is a construction project, that if you move enough bricks and hammer enough nails, you can force reality into the shape you desire. But life is not built that way. It is not assembled from the outside in. It is reflected from the inside out. Whatever image you hold steady within yourself, whatever identity you quietly embody, reality will faithfully echo back to you, not through force, but through resonance. Samuel's endless hammering at external circumstances could not shift the reflection staring back at him. His inner assumptions remained unchanged, assumptions of struggle, scarcity, and endless toil. And so life, obedient as ever, continued to mirror that belief. Anna, without lifting a single metaphorical hammer, began to see her external world transform. New opportunities drifted into her life with effortless grace. Relationships deepened. Doors opened where walls once stood, not because she forced them open, but because she had shifted the image within the mirror. Your life does not need to be rebuilt with the blunt tools of effort and worry. It needs to be seen anew within you. The world you experience bends to match the frequencies you silently sustain, the expectations you nurture when no one is watching, the emotional atmosphere you breathe, even when you are still. Stop building with your hands what must first be reflected from your heart. Stop chasing change in the outer world while carrying the old image inside. Begin instead to polish the mirror. Tend to your beliefs, your feelings, your silent assumptions. Hold the image of the life you wish to live so steadily, so calmly, that reality has no choice but to reflect it back to you. In the end, you will see that the life you thought you needed to construct was already waiting, fully formed, just beyond the fog of your former self. It was not a matter of building it, it was a matter of becoming it. In the pale light of a 1956 Paris morning, Etienne Marchand sat alone at the corner table of a café that overlooked the Seine, a black notebook open before him, untouched for hours. He was not writing today. He was not planning or striving or mapping out his future with rigid lines and numbered goals. He was simply sitting, breathing, feeling the stillness stretch between heartbeats. To anyone passing by, Etienne might have appeared idle, lost in thought, or drifting through another slow Parisian morning. But in that invisible space, something extraordinary was happening. A decision was crystallizing within him, not through force or frantic declarations, but through silent, absolute certainty. That morning, without writing a single word, Etienne shifted something at the core of his being. And within weeks, his life would pivot so sharply that even he would be astonished by the speed of it. Across the city, meanwhile, Camille Dubois lived at a fevered pace. Every moment of her day was crammed with action, meetings, pitches, affirmations recited between subway stops, vision boards pinned over every inch of her small flat. She spoke her dreams aloud at every opportunity, shouting them into the universe with the hope that volume alone would make them real. And yet, despite all the noise, despite all the movement, very little in her world seemed to budge. Opportunities slipped through her fingers like water, and she could not understand why. You see, manifestation is not a function of how loudly you demand it. It is not a contest of who can make the most noise, chant the longest, or announce their intentions with the most dramatic flourish. Reality responds to being, not to shouting. The loudest manifestations, the most profound shifts in life, are often born not from outer commotion, but from the still, resonant certainty that blooms in your quietest moments. Etienne's breakthrough came not because he declared anything aloud that morning, but because his entire inner landscape shifted silently into alignment. Without drama, without announcement, he stepped into the version of himself who was already living the life he desired. He became it internally without the need for external confirmation. And so reality, always the perfect mirror, rearranged itself to match. Camille's efforts, though passionate, broadcasted a different message. I do not yet have it. I must prove. I must strive. I must shout louder. And life, faithful to her inner signal rather than her spoken words, continued to reflect back lack and striving. The quiet moments, the ones where you release the need to convince anyone, even yourself, carry the most potent creative force. It is there in the stillness between striving where your true frequency is broadcast with perfect clarity, and it is that clarity, not noise, that the universe answers. When you master the art of silent alignment, when you step into your new reality internally, without the need for external validation, life cannot help but deliver. The river does not announce its journey to the sea, it simply flows, silently and inevitably, to its destined end. So too must you. In the end, it is not the loudness of your voice, but the quietness of your certainty that moves mountains. In the golden hush of a 1957 Rome evening, Alessandro Conti stood on the rooftop of his family's crumbling villa, the city unfolding like a tapestry of light and shadow below him. He had no grand title, no fortune to his name, and yet there was something about him that seemed unshakable, a quiet authority that made even seasoned businessmen pause when he entered a room. Alessandro had discovered something early in life that few ever learn. He was not here to chase the world or to force it into shape. He was here to design it from within, to become a silent architect of his own reality, shaping life not through noise, but through unseen blueprints drawn in the stillness of his mind. Across the bustling piazzas, Matteo Ricci pursued life with a different energy. His days were spent loudly negotiating, urgently planning, desperately trying to carve a place for himself In a world he saw as hostile and withholding, Matteo believed success belonged to those who shouted the loudest, fought the hardest, built their dreams with the sweat of relentless effort. And yet, for all his exertion, life remained stubbornly indifferent to his plans, like a structure collapsing the moment he tried to erect it. You see, reality is not molded by force. It is constructed silently by the architecture of your consciousness. Every belief you hold, every expectation you nurture, every assumption you entertain is a brick in the invisible edifice of your life. The true architects are not those who hammer louder, but those who choose their thoughts, their states of being, with the precision and calm of a master builder crafting something sacred. Alessandro's life moved into alignment with his designs because he understood that every moment of silent clarity, every instant he embodied the life he intended to live, was a brick laid in the foundation of his future. He did not need to declare his plans or seek approval. His reality quietly formed around the architecture of certainty he carried within him. Matteo, in his noise and movement, neglected the inner construction. His mind remained cluttered with doubt, urgency, and scattered visions. And so, life mirrored back structures too weak to stand, opportunities built on unstable ground. To become a silent architect of reality is to understand that the world outside bends to the framework you maintain inside. It is to treat each thought like a beam, each emotion like a cornerstone, each expectation like a supporting wall. It is to know that life does not read your effort, it reads your structure. You do not need to force doors open when you have built the halls they will stand within. You do not need to chase opportunities when you have crafted the foundation they are destined to land upon. The silent architect moves with calm certainty, trusting that the designs drawn in the invisible are more powerful than any construction made in desperation. Reality is not resisting you. It is waiting for the masterpiece you are willing to design in stillness, in clarity, and in unwavering belief. When you take up the role of silent architect, life itself becomes your willing material, eager to take the shape you have already chosen within. In the dusty heat of 1958, Seville, Diego Morales leaned against the weathered wall of his family's vineyard, watching the slow, deliberate ripening of the grapes under the unrelenting sun. As a boy, he had struggled with the waiting, always wishing the harvest would come faster, that the fruit would swell overnight into abundance. But the vines had their own rhythm, indifferent to his impatience, unfolding according to laws far older than any human desire. Over time, Diego began to see that what he once called waiting was not idleness at all. It was invisible work. It was the steady, unseen power of becoming. The vines were not simply sitting still. They were building sweetness layer by layer, day by day, in ways no eye could measure. Patience, he realized, was not passive. It was the force that made the harvest inevitable. In the heart of the city, Carmen Alvarez struggled against this truth. She saw life as a test of speed, believing that those who won were those who moved the fastest, demanded the quickest results, forced the future into existence through sheer urgency. She mistook patience for weakness, for laziness, for foolish optimism, and so she rushed from plan to plan, abandoning each endeavor when it did not bloom instantly, never realizing that her own lack of patience uprooted the very seeds she had just planted. You see, patience is not the act of sitting by, hoping that something will happen. It is an active, living energy that continues to nourish the unseen even when the visible offers no proof. It is the powerful assertion that the reality you have set into motion is already building itself, even when you cannot yet touch it. It is standing at the edge of the field, knowing the harvest is coming because you planted the seeds and you trust the soil. Diego's vineyard flourished because he learned to move with the seasons rather than against them. He did not dig up his vines in frustration when the buds were slow to appear. He did not abandon the fields because the sweetness he desired was not immediately on his tongue. He understood that what matters most is often happening far beneath the surface, invisible but unstoppable, requiring not interference but faith. Carmen, by contrast, scattered her energy to the winds. She planted ideas, then dug them up in fear when they did not sprout fast enough. She mistook the quiet phase of growth for failure, never realizing that impatience collapses realities still under construction. Patience is not weakness, it is mastery. It is the knowing that powers reality forward, the invisible current that carries your desires from conception to completion. It says, I trust the process so deeply that I do not need immediate evidence to continue believing. When you embody true patience, you align yourself with the forces that sustain stars and seasons, with the rhythms that govern the flowering of every hidden seed. You are not waiting. You are participating in a miracle that unfolds in its perfect time. And when that time comes, the fruits of your quiet strength will arrive with a richness no hurried hand could ever create. In the golden haze of a 1959 Tuscany afternoon, Lorenzo Bianchi sat on the worn stone steps of his family's vineyard, the warm scent of earth and ripe grapes filling the air around him. The harvest was weeks away, yet Lorenzo made no moves to rush it. Instead, he sat, eyes half closed, breathing deeply, as if listening to a conversation no one else could hear. To the workers bustling through the fields, his stillness seemed odd, even wasteful. But Lorenzo knew something they did not. He understood that life was always listening, not to his noise, not to his efforts, but to the silent energy he carried within him. It was not his plans or his commands that shaped the coming harvest. It was his quiet alignment with the season's unfolding rhythm. In the heart of Florence, meanwhile, Isabella Marino lived inside a whirlwind. She pushed through crowded streets, hammered out urgent letters, scheduled endless meetings, believing that if she could just stay ahead of life, she could finally master it. Yet no matter how many steps she ran ahead, life seemed to lag stubbornly behind her, chaotic and unpredictable. Isabella had mistaken noise for progress, thinking that if she was loud enough in her striving, life would eventually respond. But life does not respond to noise. It responds to stillness. You see, your life is not deaf, but it is profoundly selective in what it answers to. It does not hear your frantic plans, your anxious questions, or your desperate declarations. It listens to your stillness, the deep, unmoving place within you, where true creation begins. Stillness is not absence. It is presence in its purest form. It is the silent language that reality understands better than any spoken word. Lorenzo's vineyard flourished year after year, not because he shouted at the vines to ripen faster, but because he aligned himself with the quiet intelligence already working through them. He tuned his inner state to patience, to trust, to the certainty that life knew exactly what it was doing. His stillness was not passive. It was a signal, clear and unwavering, that life could follow. Isabella's world, for all her noise and motion, remained resistant because her inner state was filled with contradiction. Her words said, I trust, but her energy said, I fear. Life, reading the true signal beneath her actions, answered accordingly. Stillness is not about doing nothing. It is about holding a frequency so steady, so pure, that reality has no choice but to synchronize with it. When you become still, not merely in body, but in being, you broadcast a clarity that cuts through all chaos. You stop sending mixed messages into the field of creation. You become a lighthouse, not blinking, not begging, simply shining. Your life is always listening. The question is not whether it hears you. The question is what it hears from you. Choose to speak to life through stillness, through the unshakable knowing that what is meant for you cannot miss you. And you will find that reality, guided by your silent call, will move mountains to reach you. In the gentle chill of a 1960 Amsterdam morning, Peter Van Loon stood at the edge of the canal, tossing breadcrumbs to the ducks, gliding effortlessly across the water. He had learned through seasons of both triumph and disappointment that life often appears to move at a glacial pace when the heart is eager for change. Years ago, when he first planted the seed of his dream to open a music conservatory, he had counted every day, every hour, every agonizing moment between the birth of his desire and the evidence of its arrival. It had seemed endless, a cruel stretch of waiting that tested the fibers of his hope. But now, wiser and quieter within, Peter understood something that had once eluded him entirely. The time between asking and receiving was never real. It was an illusion crafted by the restless mind, not by the mechanics of reality itself. Not far from Peter's calm, Sophia de Vries moved through the crowded marketplace with urgency carved into every step. She clutched lists, made endless phone calls, pushed through every opportunity with the silent fear that time was running out. Her dreams, though genuine and worthy, seemed always one step ahead of her, forever dangling just beyond her grasp. To Sophia, the gap between desire and fulfillment felt painfully real, a heavy expanse that demanded she run faster, shout louder, try harder. You see, the truth hidden beneath the surface of life is that the moment you desire something, it is created vibrationally, fully formed in the unseen layers of reality. It exists immediately in potential, waiting only for your alignment to draw it into visible form. The distance you perceive, the months, the years, the endless striving, is not a measure of life's slowness, but of your own readiness. It is the mind, trapped in the illusion of separation, that believes there is a gap to cross, a time to wait, a struggle to endure. Peter's conservatory was born the moment he envisioned it, with his whole heart. The delay he once mourned was not reality's reluctance, but his own gradual journey into becoming the man who could receive what he had already created. When he finally stopped looking at the calendar, when he ceased measuring and began trusting, life unfolded in rapid, seamless steps, each one already waiting for his arrival. Sophia's race against time kept her entangled in the illusion. She saw her dreams as distant, and so they remained distant. She believed she must catch them, and so they kept moving just out of reach. Her energy broadcasted separation, and life, ever faithful, mirrored it back with precision. The time between desire and manifestation is not a punishment or a test. It is an invitation to embody now the version of yourself who already lives the reality you seek. When you step into that identity, when you feel as if it has already arrived without needing proof, the illusion of waiting dissolves. Reality, reading your certainty, has no choice but to collapse the distance and deliver what was always yours. There is no waiting in truth, only becoming, only allowing, only remembering that what you seek is already here, waiting patiently for you to recognize it. In the soft mist of a 1961 morning in Kyoto, Akira Tanaka sat motionless beneath the cherry trees, their first fragile blossoms quivering in the cool air. To a passerby, he appeared to be doing nothing, merely watching the clouds drift over the distant mountains. Yet within him, entire worlds were moving. Dreams once tightly gripped were softening into trust. Old fears were dissolving without fanfare. New intentions were planting themselves deep in the soil of his being, unseen but alive. It would be months before the external markers of change appeared. A new opportunity, a chance meeting, an unexpected door swinging open. But Akira knew even then that stillness did not mean stagnation. When nothing seems to happen, everything is happening beneath the surface. In the noisy markets near the heart of the city, Emiko Sato battled a different rhythm. Her days were filled with action, lists, and urgent conversations. When she did not see results immediately, she assumed life had forgotten her. She believed that if there was no visible movement, there was no movement at all. And so she pushed harder, filling the silent spaces with noise, trying to stir into being what was already quietly arranging itself behind the scenes. Emiko mistook life's invisible orchestration for absence, never realizing she was interrupting a masterpiece already underway. You see, the most profound transformations rarely announce themselves. They do not burst through the door with banners and trumpets. They unfold in silence, weaving themselves carefully into the fabric of your life until one day you look up and realize everything has changed. The seed does not trumpet its growth from beneath the soil. The tides shift without a sound. The stars move through their ancient dances without demanding your applause. Life's greatest movements happen invisibly, on levels the eye cannot perceive, long before the visible catches up. Akira's faith in this unseen unfolding allowed him to move with a peace that drew opportunities to him naturally. He did not chase. He did not grasp. He trusted that every moment of stillness was a preparation, a silent recalibration, a necessary clearing of old energy to make way for the new. And so, when the right moment came, he was ready, his inner world already aligned with what life had been preparing for him all along. Emiko's resistance to stillness delayed her blessings. Her need to force visible movement created turbulence where there had been a calm current carrying her forward. The universe was already arranging her next steps, but her lack of trust scattered the pieces before they could fall into place. When nothing seems to happen in your life, trust that everything is happening. Trust that the unseen forces are aligning details too complex for your mind to manage. Trust that your energy, your intentions, your silent becoming are building momentum that will, in time, break into view like the first fragile blossoms of spring. The silence is not your enemy. It is the sacred breath between chapters, the invisible weaving of a destiny too vast for immediate comprehension. Remain still, remain faithful, and watch as the seemingly empty spaces fill themselves with miracles you could never have chased into existence. In the golden quiet of a 1962 summer afternoon in Provence, Lucien Dubois sat on the sun-warmed steps of his family's farmhouse, staring out across fields heavy with lavender. For weeks he had felt an inner call to move, to push toward the next chapter of his life, to create something new. Yet he found himself unmoving, still as the stones beneath him. There was no urgency in his chest, no racing mind calculating next steps, only a calm certainty that something was already unfolding, even if his hands remained idle. To the world it appeared he was doing nothing, but inside a powerful energy was building, an unseen force more potent than any frantic action he could have taken. Lucien was creating through being, not doing, and life was already responding. In the bustling town center, his cousin Henri lived another story. Henri believed that only visible action moved the world. He woke before dawn, ran errands, made calls, and filled every moment with effort. His life was a constant symphony of motion, but underneath the noise, there was a frequency of desperation, of uncertainty masked by activity. And no matter how many hours he worked, no matter how many strings he pulled, life seemed to resist him at every turn. What Henri could not see was that his outer action, unaligned with his inner state, created friction instead of flow. You see, the true engine of creation is not physical movement. It is the energy that fuels that movement, or, in many cases, the energy that radiates without movement at all. Reality does not respond to hands alone, it responds to the vibration behind them. When your energy is one of peace, certainty, and quiet embodiment, your inaction becomes far more magnetic than 1,000 hurried steps taken from fear. Lucien's decision to remain still was not passivity. It was an active alignment with the new life forming just beyond the edge of his visible world. His stillness broadcasted a signal of unwavering trust, a frequency so clean that the universe could not help but rearrange itself around it. Within days, without forcing or chasing, An unexpected visitor to the farmhouse offered Lucien a partnership that would become the foundation of his new life's work, a future he would have missed entirely had he been too busy running in circles. Henri, by contrast, scattered his energy in every direction. Each action, though well-intentioned, carried the subtle vibration of lack, of doubt, that life would move without his constant pushing. And so life, hearing that energy louder than any spoken words, matched it with delays, obstacles, and endless effort without fulfillment. The energy behind your inaction creates faster than action itself, because it leaves space for life to move. It sends out a signal of wholeness, of readiness, of inevitability. It trusts that what is aligned will find its way without needing to be chased. Creation is not about how much you do, but how deeply you are. When your being sings the song of fulfillment, even your silence becomes a command, and the universe, tuned to the frequency of truth, moves swiftly to turn your quiet certainty into living reality. In the sun-drenched vineyards of 1963 Bordeaux, Emilien Roche leaned against the heavy oak doors of the winery his family had tended for generations. Harvest season was approaching, and workers hurried to and fro, pruning, sorting, checking the ripeness of the grapes. Yet Emilien, despite the busy energy around him, moved slowly, deliberately. He understood something that most around him missed. Not everything grows faster because you rush it. Not every good thing comes because you labor harder for it. Emilien knew the quiet law that governed all true abundance: doing less, receiving more. It was not laziness, it was mastery. He had seen firsthand that life responds not to the volume of your actions, but to the clarity of your energy. In the bustling town nearby, Jean-Paul Dubois lived under a different creed. He filled every waking hour with action, making deals, attending meetings, expanding his vineyard into neighboring fields. Jean-Paul believed that success was a direct result of how much he could cram into each day. Yet despite his endless efforts, the returns seemed smaller each year. New problems arose faster than he could solve them. His life grew more complicated, more exhausting, and strangely, less fruitful. The harder he worked, the further true fulfillment seemed to slip away. You see, there is a divine equation at work beneath the surface of all things. Doing less does not mean doing nothing. It means aligning more precisely with the right actions, the ones so rooted in clarity and trust that they require minimal exertion to bear great fruit. It means moving only when movement is necessary and resting when the current of life is already carrying you where you need to go. Emilien's vineyard thrived because he knew when to intervene and when to let the vines do what they were born to do. His days were not filled with frantic motion, but with small, powerful choices made from deep understanding. A single, well-timed pruning, a simple adjustment to irrigation. These minor efforts, backed by alignment rather than urgency, multiplied themselves tenfold. His harvests were bountiful not because he did more, but because he moved with the wisdom of nature instead of trying to outpace it. Jean-Paul, in contrast, wore himself thin, battling forces he did not trust. His constant interference disrupted the natural rhythm of the land, his urgency clouding decisions that should have been made with stillness. The universe, hearing his vibration of distrust and lack, mirrored it back with confusion, loss, and struggle. Doing less and receiving more is not a trick. It is the divine order of things when you act from coherence instead of chaos. When your heart, your mind, and your actions align, you become an effortless magnet to what once seemed so distant. You move once, but life moves 100 times in response. You step lightly, and doors swing wide open. True creation flows from precision, not pressure. In trusting the divine equation, you step out of the frantic race and into the serene current where life, finally unburdened by your urgency, rushes to meet you with gifts you could never have forced into your hands. In the early dawn of 1964, Florence Marco Bellini stood in the center of the old town square, watching as the first vendors slowly set up their stalls. He felt no need to hurry, no pull to run toward the day. Instead, he remained motionless for a long moment, simply breathing, absorbing the quiet pulse of the waking city. Marco had long ago discovered that within every life, within every dream, there is a point, a still point, from which all movement is most powerful. It is not found by running or forcing. It is found by pausing so completely that life itself has no choice but to gather its forces around you. Just beyond the square, Lucia Romano rushed from one appointment to the next, scattering her energy like seeds in the wind. She believed that momentum alone would create results, that if she stayed in motion long enough, success would finally catch up to her. Yet despite her constant movement, she felt perpetually off balance, her efforts meeting resistance at every turn. What Lucia could not see was that the more she ran, the more she distanced herself from the still point where true power is born. You see, the law of still point activation governs every transformation, whether you realize it or not. Before the arrow flies, it must be pulled back into stillness. Before the wave crests, it gathers itself in silent buildup beneath the surface. Before the universe can rearrange itself in your favor, it requires a moment where your being becomes so clear, so unmoving, that the energy of creation has something steady to respond to. Marco's success did not arise from frantic action. It arose from mastering this law. Each morning, before any decision, before any conversation, he returned inward to his still point, a space beyond thought, beyond striving, where he simply was. In that place, clarity emerged without effort. Inspired actions revealed themselves without struggle. He moved through his days with grace because every step was powered by something deeper than momentum. It was powered by inner certainty. Lucia's efforts, though exhausting, scattered her energy because they were made without alignment. She acted from urgency, not from inspiration. Her movements were fueled by fear of stillness, as if pausing would mean being left behind. Yet it was precisely the absence of a still point that kept her chasing what could have been drawn naturally to her. The law of still point activation reminds you that true power is not generated through constant movement. It is summoned by standing still long enough for your energy to gather, focus, and ignite. It asks you to trust that there is nothing passive about inner silence. It is a command to the unseen forces that shape reality. When you master the art of returning to your still point, before you act, before you speak, before you decide, you activate a current of energy that does the heavy lifting for you. You no longer push life forward with sheer will. Life moves through you and for you, effortlessly, inevitably, in accordance with a power far greater than your plans. The still point is not emptiness. It is the birthplace of all that is waiting to become real. In the hushed mornings of 1965 Vienna, Victor Stein sat behind the counter of his modest bookstore, the scent of worn pages and old oak shelves thick in the air. He had spent decades collecting rare books, each acquisition coming not through frantic searching, but through an invisible current that seemed to deliver them to his door. Customers often marveled at how Victor appeared to know the right moment to act, the right word to say, without ever seeming hurried or pressured. He would smile knowingly, but rarely explain, for Victor had uncovered a secret that few ever grasp, the master secret of responding without moving, of allowing life to come to you without disturbing the delicate weave of its unfolding. Across town, his neighbor Anneliese Bauer lived in perpetual reaction. Every slight change in circumstance sent her scrambling to adjust her plans, to reposition herself, to anticipate every possible outcome before it arrived. Her movements were endless, her mind forever busy calculating, yet despite all her efforts, she always seemed one step behind, trapped in a cycle of catching up to life, rather than receiving it with grace. You see, there is a hidden power in the ability to respond without immediate movement. It is the art of receiving the moment fully before deciding to act. Most people react from fear, from the need to control outcomes they barely understand. They move prematurely, disturbing the energy that is still aligning itself in their favor. But those who master stillness in the face of life's unfolding understand something profound. Sometimes the most powerful action is no action at all. Victor Storr flourished not because he chased trends or forced opportunities, but because he allowed the right circumstances to ripen before he acted. When a rare first edition became available, he did not rush to outbid others. He waited, intuitively sensing the moment when the competition would falter, when the path would clear. His responses were timed not by panic, but by precision born of stillness. In this way, he accomplished more with one effortless step than others did with 100 frantic ones. Annalise, despite her endless activity, lived in a state of constant delay. Each time she moved prematurely, she collided with resistance she could not understand. Her actions were not synchronized with life's rhythm, but out of step, fueled by fear rather than trust. Responding without moving means allowing a situation to speak fully before you answer it. It means holding your center while life adjusts itself around you, refusing to be rushed by the illusions of urgency. It is not passivity, it is mastery over your own energy, a refusal to dissipate your power through needless reactions. When you respond from stillness, you move when the path is already open, when the energy is already flowing in your favor. Your actions become inevitable rather than effortful. The master's secret is not in knowing more or doing faster. It is in listening deeper, trusting longer, and moving only when the movement arises from the quiet command of knowing, not the loud clamor of fear. Life, always attentive, cannot help but yield to such sovereign patience. In the crisp morning of 1966, Stockholm, Eric Lundström stood before the empty storefront he had just leased, with trembling hands and an uncertain heart. The windows were bare, the walls needed work, and there was no sign outside to hint at what this place would one day become. Friends questioned his decision. They asked how he could invest in a space so empty, so barren, without guarantees of success. Yet Eric felt something stirring deep within him, a silent certainty he could not explain. He understood something few did. The universe does not fear emptiness. It fills it. Across the city, Marianne Olsen sat at her kitchen table, surrounded by plans and ideas that never took shape. She clung to her current job, her current routine, her current life, because the thought of stepping into the unknown terrified her. She believed that if she left too much space in her life, if she let go of what was secure, nothing would come to replace it. She imagined the emptiness would swallow her whole, and so she remained boxed inside a life too small for her spirit, mistaking survival for fulfillment. You see, the universe abhors a vacuum, not with hostility, but with a kind of eager generosity. Where there is space, life rushes to fill it. Where there is openness, energy moves. Creation does not begin with fullness. It begins with the willingness to become empty. It begins with clearing the crowded corners of your life, your heart, your mind, so that something greater has room to enter. Eric's storefront remained empty for several weeks. He resisted the temptation to panic, to fill it hastily with whatever ideas would calm the worried voices around him. He sat with the emptiness, trusting it as part of the process. And then, without warning, an idea crystallized, one that aligned perfectly with his quiet passions and the needs of the community. Within months, the bare space had transformed into a lively art studio, a place where creativity pulsed through the walls, attracting visitors from every part of the city. It flourished not because he fought the emptiness, but because he honored it. Marianne, in contrast, filled every open space in her life with noise, with obligations she didn't love, relationships she had outgrown, tasks that drained her spirit. She feared that letting go would leave her with nothing, but in clinging so tightly to what no longer served her, she left no room for anything new to take root. The universe cannot fill a life that has no room to receive. It cannot offer new love where old bitterness still occupies space. It cannot pour abundance into hands that are clenched around scarcity. It cannot deliver dreams to a heart crowded with fear. When you dare to become unoccupied, to release what is too small, too heavy, too stale, you signal to life that you are ready. You create a magnetic opening, a beacon that calls new realities toward you. Trust the emptiness. Celebrate it. For in that sacred vacancy, the universe begins its most miraculous work, weaving into your life what you did not even know how to ask for. In the golden light of a 1967 afternoon in Lisbon, Sofia Mendes sat alone by the edge of the Tagus River, her feet dangling above the gentle current. She had just closed the doors of her small shop, a shop she had poured her heart into for years. With no clear plan for what would come next, friends and neighbors shook their heads, calling her decision foolish. They could not understand how she could sit so calmly in the face of what they saw as failure. But Sophia understood something they did not, and she knew that stillness was not emptiness. It was invitation. It was creation. It was the silent formation of a vacuum so powerful that life itself would rush to fill it. Across town, in the bustling market square, Paulo Costa hustled from stall to stall, desperate to sell his goods before the sun set. He believed that if he moved fast enough, worked hard enough, shouted loud enough, he could summon abundance to his door. Yet the faster he moved, the more life seemed to scatter away from him, like sand slipping through frantic fingers. His world remained stubbornly small, resistant, tight. Paulo did not see that his constant motion left no room for anything new to enter. His life was already full of noise, full of striving, full of effort, born of fear. You see, stillness is not passive. It is magnetic. It creates a vacuum, not a void of despair, but a space of readiness. It sends a signal into the fabric of existence, declaring without words, I have room for more. I am not clinging. I am not grasping. I am prepared to receive. Nature abhors a vacuum not because it fears emptiness, but because it recognizes the readiness to be filled. Sophia's choice to close her shop, to sit by the river in stillness rather than scramble into the next desperate venture, created exactly such a vacuum. Without realizing it, she became a beacon, an open space into which life could pour its next chapter. Days later, a former customer reached out, offering her a role designing a new boutique in the heart of the city, a role that would elevate her work far beyond what her little shop had ever allowed. Paulo, despite his endless action, remained stuck. His busyness broadcasted fear, not readiness. The universe, ever responding to the energy you live from, mirrored back what he projected. More struggle, more noise, more fruitless effort. Stillness is not about doing nothing. It is about becoming so complete within yourself that you no longer chase abundance. You attract it. You make space by standing still when every impulse demands that you run. You open a silent door and life, unable to resist the pull of true readiness, floods through it. When you allow yourself to be still, truly still, without filling every gap with worry or action, you step into a current far greater than anything you could have created by force. The abundance you seek is already prepared for you. It is simply waiting for the space in you to open. It is waiting for the silent, irresistible pull of your stillness to call it home. In the quiet mist of a 1968 Dublin morning, Aidan Flannery leaned against the crumbling stone wall overlooking the green hills that had cradled his childhood. He had spent years chasing opportunity, moving from city to city, job to job, relationship to relationship, always under the belief that life was running ahead of him and he had to sprint to catch up. Every delay, every closed door, every missed chance he had interpreted as life being slow, unfair, or asleep. Yet now, standing still for the first time in what felt like forever, Aidan felt a different truth rising from deep within him. It was not life that had been lagging behind. It was he who had been moving too fast to receive what had already been prepared for him. In the bustling streets below, Maeve O'Connell lived caught in the same illusion. She filled her days with meetings, plans, endless errands that left no space for anything new to enter her life. She mistook movement for progress, speed for success, and when opportunities seemed to slip past her unnoticed, she assumed she needed to move even faster. What she did not understand was that life had been offering her the next chapter all along, but she had been too busy, too restless, too tangled in her own frantic momentum to see it. You see, life does not withhold its gifts as a test or a punishment. It does not move too slowly for those who are ready. Life, with its unseen orchestration, is always prepared to deliver what matches the vibration you sustain. But when you are constantly in motion, mentally, emotionally, physically, you create a blur too thick for subtle opportunities to land. The openings, the connections, the invitations cannot find footing in a life that is moving faster than its own answers. Aidan realized that all the doors he had knocked on had not been locked. They had simply been placed along a path that required him to slow down long enough to find them. When he finally stopped moving for the sake of movement, when he allowed stillness to carve space into his days, the invitations began to appear. An old friend reached out with a business idea perfectly aligned with Aidan's talents. A letter arrived offering a teaching position in a town he had long dreamt of living in. Life had not been waiting to bless him. It had been waiting for him to be still enough to receive. Maeve continued running in circles, growing more frustrated as life mirrored her turbulence back to her. Each missed opportunity, each delay seemed proof that she had to try harder, move faster, scream louder, but it was her own motion that blurred the very blessings she sought. You were never waiting on life. Life was waiting on you to stop scattering your energy, to stop moving out of habit or fear, and to stand still in trust. The moment you become anchored, clear, open, unmoving in your knowing, life rushes in, not because it was ever late, but because you have finally become ready to meet it where it has always been. In the warm hush of a 1969 evening in Lisbon, Helena Costa walked slowly through the narrow alleyways that wound like veins through the old city. For years she had searched for something she could never quite name, a purpose, a calling, a place to belong. She read every book she could find, traveled from village to village, spoke to wise men and mystics alike. Yet the more she searched, the more elusive her answer became, like a horizon that stretched further away with every step. It wasn't until she stopped one evening, emptied of all questions and striving, that something extraordinary began to stir. In the quiet space left behind by her surrender, the thing she had been chasing her whole life appeared without effort, without noise, not as something new, but as something that had been waiting patiently for her to finally be still. Down by the crowded market, Miguel Santos moved through a different rhythm. He threw himself into endless self-improvement, desperate searches for meaning, and frantic quests for recognition. Miguel believed that if he could just search harder, find the right teacher, the right opportunity, the right secret, he would finally unlock the life he imagined. His search was relentless, fueled not by wonder but by a quiet terror that what he sought was always just out of reach. Yet despite his tireless pursuit, the fulfillment he chased seemed always to slip further from his grasp. You see, searching from lack creates a paradox. The act of seeking declares to the universe that what you seek is absent. Every frantic step sends out a signal of incompletion, of distance, of separation. And the universe, faithful to the energy it receives, mirrors that distance back, keeping what you desire just out of view. It is not that your dreams are withheld. It is that your energy, tangled in the vibration of longing, keeps them hovering just beyond your reach. Helena's revelation did not come through one more question asked or one more journey undertaken. It came in the quiet moment she no longer needed to find anything outside herself. In the space that opened when she released the search, the answer, long circling her life like a bird waiting to land, finally found a place to descend. Opportunities she had once hunted appeared effortlessly. Invitations she once begged for now arrived unbidden. The current of life that had always flowed around her now flowed to her, not because it had changed, but because she had. Miguel, though sincere, remained trapped in the endless race because he had not yet learned that searching from need only creates more need. His energy broadcasted the absence of what he sought, and reality, ever precise, reflected that back with tireless fidelity. The moment you stop searching with desperation, you signal to life that you already possess what you once sought, and life, hearing your new vibration of wholeness, rushes to mirror it with visible form. What you seek is never missing. It is waiting for the noise of your search to quiet, so it can reveal itself in the space you finally create. The treasure is not hidden, it is patient, and it appears the moment you stop insisting that it is lost. In the misty mornings of 1970 Edinburgh, Eleanor Fraser stood quietly at the edge of the old stone bridge that arched gracefully over the water of Leith. She had lived most of her life chasing after certainty, chasing opportunities, chasing answers, chasing approval, believing, like many do, that life would only reward those who moved fastest. But something had shifted within her in recent months, something so subtle it would have been invisible to anyone watching. She had stopped, not out of exhaustion, but out of a deeper recognition that what she sought would never come from frantic motion. She had allowed her heart to become still, and from that stillness, life itself had begun to move differently. It no longer ran away from her. It gathered around her like iron filings to a hidden magnet. Across town, Arthur MacLeod still lived by the rhythm of pursuit. He filled his calendar with endless meetings, cold calls, late-night strategies, believing that sheer volume of effort would eventually bend life to his will. Yet the more he pushed, the more fragmented his world became. Doors he once pried open with force now slammed shut in his face. Opportunities scattered like birds, startled by sudden noise. Arthur thought life was chaotic, unpredictable, unfair. What he did not see was that it was simply responding faithfully to the turbulence he carried within. You see, reality is not random. It synchronizes itself around the vibration you sustain most consistently. When your heart is restless, the world mirrors restlessness back to you. When your heart is panicked, the world reflects confusion. But when your heart is still, when you cultivate a quiet, steady presence beneath all circumstances, life, without announcement or struggle, begins to organize itself around you with breathtaking precision. Eleanor's days became filled with what others called coincidences, but what she recognized as alignment. She would think of a friend she had not seen in years, and they would call. She would feel an impulse to walk a different path home and stumble upon an opportunity perfectly matched to her unspoken desires. None of it came from chasing. All of it came from becoming a still point in a world too often caught in frantic motion. Arthur, desperate to create change through noise, remained locked in a loop of missed timings and near misses. His heart, always pushing, never paused long enough to let life synchronize itself around him. Stillness is not surrender. It is power of the highest order. It tells life that you are anchored, unshakable, ready to receive. It creates a gravitational pull so strong that reality reshapes itself without needing to be wrestled into submission. In stillness, you become the fixed point around which the moving parts of life arrange themselves effortlessly. The question is not how much more you must do. The question is whether you can be still enough inside for life to hear your true signal. When you master this, reality no longer feels like something you chase. It feels like something that rises up quietly to meet you, exactly where you stand. In the soft twilight of 1971 Vienna, Emil Kruger sat at a cafe terrace, a half-finished cup of coffee cooling at his side. Around him, the city moved with its usual determined rhythm. Businessmen hurrying to evening appointments, students mapping out the next steps of their ambitions, lovers plotting out the architecture of their futures. Emile sat quietly among them, a calm island in a rushing sea. Years ago, he too had been swept up in the frantic tides of effort, believing that strategic action, careful planning, and relentless motion were the only ways to carve a life of meaning. Yet experience had taught him otherwise. It was not the loudest plans or the most meticulous strategies that brought real change. It was the silent, peaceful non-action born from deep inner alignment that shifted life effortlessly. Just beyond the cafe's iron gate, Carl Hoffman lived a different reality. Carl had a plan for everything, a schedule for advancement, a strategy for every goal, a timeline carefully calculated down to the day. His entire life was a chess game of calculated moves, yet strangely, the more he schemed and pressed, the more life seemed to slip through his fingers. His successes were hard-won, fleeting, often unsatisfying. Carl believed he had a world problem, that the city was too crowded, the economy too stiff, luck too scarce. But what he truly had was an energy problem. His constant strategic effort shouted lack into the universe, and the universe, ever faithful, responded in kind. You see, peaceful non-action is not laziness, and it is not retreat. It is the conscious withdrawal from the illusion that life must be wrestled into submission. It is the radical act of trusting that the deepest movements happen not through endless motion, but through quiet magnetic alignment. It is allowing life to rearrange itself around the energy of sufficiency, not the vibration of struggle. Emile attracted opportunities not because he raced after them, but because he became a space they were naturally drawn to. His peaceful non-action signaled to life that he was not in need, not desperate, not clawing after validation. He moved when inspired, spoke when prompted from within, acted only when the energy of action flowed naturally through him. And so, without forcing, without chasing, he found himself invited into projects, friendships, and experiences that matched the stillness he carried inside. Carl, despite his tireless strategies, remained caught in a world that matched his internal chaos. Every carefully laid plan seemed to require another, bigger plan just to maintain its momentum. His victories tasted hollow because they were achieved through resistance, not flow. Life does not reward the mind that strategizes from fear. It responds to the heart that radiates from trust. Peaceful non-action is not the absence of creation. It is the highest form of creation, allowing the invisible architecture of your life to build itself according to the design your energy has already issued. When you release the need to move out of panic, when you act only from peaceful certainty, life bends toward you with an ease that no amount of planning could engineer. What you seek will find you not because you outsmarted the world, but because you finally matched the rhythm that was calling you all along. In the soft breath of a 1972 morning in Granada, Isabel Reyes paused at the threshold of her small studio, the rising sun stretching gold across the tiled courtyard. She had spent the last few months chasing opportunities, sending letters, arranging exhibitions, trying to push her art into the world with every ounce of her will. But nothing seemed to move. Each effort fell into silence, as if life itself had turned its face away. That morning, exhausted by her own urgency, Isabel did something she had never done before. She paused. She set down her brushes, left her unopened letters stacked neatly on the desk, and walked into the garden without expectation. She chose, with a quiet defiance, to stop striving and simply be. In that sacred pause, unseen doors began to open. Not far from Isabel's studio, Mateo Castillo lived another story. He too dreamed of expansion, of recognition, of something greater, but he refused to stop moving. Every day was filled with calls, meetings, strategies. He feared that if he ever paused, even for a moment, life would pass him by. What Mateo did not understand was that the pause he so feared was not abandonment. It was invitation. It was a call for life itself to catch up with the becoming he was racing past. You see, The sacred pause is not wasted time. It is the silent breath between music notes that makes the melody possible. It is the moment when the seeds you have planted, watered by your attention and warmed by your intentions, quietly take root below the surface. The visible world grows still, but the invisible world ignites into motion. Isabel's life began to move the moment she stopped forcing it. In the days that followed her pause, new opportunities, once barricaded by her frantic energy, slipped through the open spaces she had finally created. An unexpected letter arrived, an invitation to exhibit her work abroad. A letter that had been delayed, stuck in postal confusion, finally finding its way to her at the perfect moment. A friend introduced her to a patron who had been searching for her exact style, but had somehow never crossed her path before. None of it was orchestrated by effort. All of it was born in the space she made by stepping back. Matteo, ever busy, continued to run himself into exhaustion. The more he moved, the more life remained elusive. His efforts were like pounding fists against a locked door, not realizing that a gentle pause would have revealed a different door already open just steps away. The sacred pause is the moment when you stop insisting, stop pushing, and allow life to orchestrate on your behalf. It is the exhale after the asking, the silence after the prayer, the stillness after the step of faith. It is here in this soft, unseen space that infinite doors your mind could not plan, your efforts could not force, quietly swing open. When you honor the sacred pause, you step out of the small plans of the mind and into the vast, intricate architecture of the universe. Life moves not because you force it to, but because you have finally created the space for it to flood in. In the pause, everything you seek gathers just beyond the threshold, ready to rush in the moment you surrender the chase. In the dusky lavender light of a 1973 summer evening in Provence, Julien Moreau rested beneath the sprawling arms of an ancient olive tree. His hands, calloused from years of tending the fields, now lay open and empty in his lap. For the first time in months, he was not worrying about the yield, not plotting the next irrigation, not calculating future sales. He simply rested, allowing the warm breeze to tangle itself in his hair and the earth's quiet hum to settle into his bones. To the casual observer, it appeared as though Julien had abandoned his ambitions. Yet deep beneath the surface, something powerful was taking place. While Julien rested, roots thickened, fruits ripened, opportunities shaped themselves in unseen corners of the world. Life was building his future, not through his effort, but through the invisible momentum that had been set in motion long before. Beyond the fields, in the town's small café, Marc Lefebvre lived another rhythm. He spent his days in constant action, believing that if he ever paused, his dreams would shrivel and die. He checked and rechecked his plans, sent urgent letters, pushed at doors that would not yet open. Marc saw rest as a betrayal of progress, never realizing that it was his refusal to rest that kept the blessings he sought hovering just out of reach. You see, the universe builds futures in silence. The visible world may appear static, but the invisible world never stops moving. Every intention you have truly planted, every desire you have sincerely embodied, sets into motion a series of unseen alignments, connections, preparations that unfold far from your sight. And they require one critical ingredient: space. They require your willingness to rest long enough for the momentum you have already created to do its work. Julien's vineyard flourished not just because he worked during the planting, but because he allowed the growth to happen without constant interference. His rest was not idleness, it was partnership with the rhythms of life. As he trusted the process, nature quietly built the bounty that would soon spill into his hands. Marc, in his endless striving, disrupted the very currents that tried to bring his dreams to fruition. His constant action signaled to the universe that he did not trust what was already underway. And so the currents scattered, tangled, delayed. Invisible momentum is the force that carries your dreams forward when you are no longer pushing them. It is the river that flows strongest beneath the surface, gathering speed precisely when you step back and allow it to. It builds opportunities in boardrooms you have not entered yet. It aligns chance meetings on streets you have not walked yet. It prepares rooms you have not stepped into yet. Rest is not retreat. Rest is readiness. Rest is the clear signal that you believe the work you have already done is enough. When you learn to trust the unseen machinery of creation, you will find that life moves faster, more precisely, and more generously when you stop chasing it. Your future is not waiting for more effort. It is waiting for your willingness to trust the invisible hands that are already weaving it into being. In the cool mist of a 1974 morning in Salzburg, Elise Weber leaned against the windowsill of her small flat, watching the city awaken in slow, deliberate breaths. She had spent much of her life working tirelessly, believing that success and joy were things to be earned through relentless effort. But lately, something within her had begun to shift. There was a soft stirring, a quiet awareness that maybe the life she desired wasn't waiting at the end of greater struggle. Maybe it was already all around her, waiting for her to finally receive it. In those silent mornings, Elise began to touch the edges of a truth she had never been taught: the hidden law of divine receptivity. A few streets away, Matthias Kruger lived by the old rules. His calendar was a battlefield of appointments, strategies, obligations. He believed that life was stingy, that blessings had to be wrestled from the hands of fate. Every victory he earned felt exhausting, hollow, fleeting. No matter how much he achieved, he carried the nagging feeling that he was locked in an endless chase. What Matthias could not see was that his very striving blocked the flow of what he sought. His hands were so busy grasping that they could not open to receive. You see, there is a law far more powerful than ambition, more potent than action alone: the law of divine receptivity. It states that life does not respond solely to how much you do. It responds to how much you allow. It is not what you demand that creates abundance. It is what you are willing to receive without resistance, without disbelief, without the armor of unworthiness blocking the way. Elise's shift was not dramatic. It was gentle, almost imperceptible. She stopped asking life when her blessings would come. She stopped demanding signs of progress. Instead, she began to move through her days with a soft expectancy, a silent trust that life was conspiring in her favor, whether she could see it or not. She tended to her heart the way one might tend to a garden, clearing away old weeds of doubt, loosening the soil of old fears. And slowly, quietly, miracles began to find her. A letter arrived offering her an opportunity she had once thought out of reach. A chance meeting opened a doorway to a dream she had almost forgotten. Matthias, caught in the endless spin of doing, continued to struggle. His heart, armored by skepticism, could not feel the gentle taps of opportunity knocking softly at the edges of his life. He mistook his walls for protection, never realizing they kept out the very things he longed for most. Divine receptivity is the art of softening. It is the bravery of standing still and letting life pour into you without needing to force its hand. It is the quiet confidence that you are already worthy, already enough, already aligned with the blessings you seek. When you surrender to this hidden law, you step into a current stronger than any personal willpower. You discover that life is not withholding from you. It is waiting for you to open your arms wide enough to catch the river of blessings already flowing your way. In that space of deep, unconditional receiving, miracles cease to be rare. They become your natural state. In the muted glow of a 1975 dusk in Amsterdam, Peter Voss leaned over the railing of a quiet canal bridge, watching the ripples distort the reflections of the street lamps above. His life had lately become a series of closed doors and uncertain paths, and though his mind begged for answers, no clear signs appeared. He had always been a man of planning, of visible proofs and careful strategies. But something deep within him, something ancient and unspoken, was urging him toward a different kind of knowing, a trust not built on sight or certainty, but on the silent architecture unfolding beyond what his eyes could see. In a cafe nearby, Ingrid DeWitt scribbled furiously in her planner, trying to map out every hour of the coming months. She believed that if she could predict, control, and calculate enough, she could prevent life's unpredictable turns from stealing her dreams. But no matter how tightly she held the reins, unexpected shifts kept sweeping her off course. Ingrid lived in a constant state of tension, mistaking control for safety, mistaking sight for truth. You see, the true currents that shape your life are almost never visible at first. The greatest alignments, the most miraculous connections, the most profound transformations are happening far beneath the surface, like seeds sprouting in the darkness of the earth. Trusting what you cannot yet see is not naive. It is the highest form of wisdom. It is an acknowledgement that reality is always unfolding on levels far beyond the grasp of the analytical mind. Peter's life began to shift the moment he surrendered to this deeper trust. He stopped demanding to know the full map before taking the first step. He allowed himself to follow intuitive nudges, quiet callings that made no logical sense at the time. An impromptu visit to a bookshop led him to a conversation with a stranger, a conversation that opened the very door he had been trying to force for months. Not because he had plotted it, but because he trusted what he could not yet see and moved toward it with an open heart. Ingrid, trapped in her need to control every outcome, continued to stumble through her days, bewildered by the resistance she encountered. Her fixation on what was visible prevented her from feeling the invitations life was whispering in the spaces she refused to enter. The power of trusting the unseen is that it aligns you with the greater intelligence that orchestrates all things. It shifts your energy from doubt to certainty, from constriction to flow. It allows life to lead you down paths so perfectly designed for you that no amount of human planning could ever replicate them. When you trust what you cannot yet see, you move with the currents of life instead of against them. You plant seeds and bless them without demanding they bloom tomorrow. You follow the thread of your own becoming even when the tapestry remains invisible. And life, responding to your faith, reveals beauty, connection, and fulfillment far beyond what you dared to imagine. The unseen is never empty. It is simply waiting for your belief to draw it into form. In the soft gray light of a 1976 morning in Dublin, Connor Hayes sat in his modest flat, staring at the unopened letters piled on the kitchen table. Bills, rejections, opportunities that had slipped through his fingers. Each envelope felt heavier than the last. Connor believed that life was a battle he was losing. Every day he fought harder, trying to force progress, trying to make things happen by sheer will. And yet, the harder he pushed, the harder life seemed to push back. Doors that once cracked open slammed shut. Conversations that started with promise ended in silence. What Connor could not yet see was that he was not battling life. He was battling himself. Reality, ever the faithful mirror, was only resisting because he resisted first. Across town, Maeve Brennan lived in another rhythm. She too had dreams, ambitions, and goals she had not yet achieved. But Maeve moved differently. She did not grip life with trembling hands. She did not shove at closed doors or demand instant outcomes. Maeve allowed. She let reality breathe, gave it space to unfold. She treated setbacks as redirections, not punishments. And somehow, even when she seemed to do less, life seemed to lean in toward her, smoothing her path in ways both small and profound. You see, reality does not resist you until you resist it. It is not life's nature to withhold or fight against you. Life is responsive, pliable, infinitely creative. But when you meet it with tension, with fear, with frantic control, you signal that you are not ready to move with its currents. You harden your energy, and reality reflects that hardness back to you with matching resistance. Connor's struggle was not a failure of effort or intelligence. It was a failure of trust. Every time he braced himself for disappointment, life, responding faithfully, delivered it. Every time he expected rejection, it appeared, not because he was cursed or unlucky, but because his resistance called it into form. His clenched fists left no space for new gifts to land. Maeve's gentler path was not born of passivity. It was born of trust in the invisible choreography of life. When faced with delay, she softened. When plans changed, she adapted. When uncertainty arose, she breathed through it, rather than fighting it. Her openness created a vacuum into which life could pour its blessings. Reality only appears hostile when you meet it with hostility. It only seems slow when you move too fast for its timing. It only feels unfair when you judge its gifts before they are fully unwrapped. Life is not your enemy. It is your dance partner. It responds to your steps, your pauses, your willingness to move in flow rather than in force. When you release your grip, when you surrender your resistance, reality no longer feels like a wall you must scale. It becomes a river eager to carry you. It becomes the very force that wants to lift you, guide you, deliver you, but only once you stop fighting it long enough to let it. In the fading light of a 1977 evening in Prague, Tomas Novak stood at the edge of Charles Bridge, watching the last visitors drift away like shadows melting into the twilight. He had spent much of his life clinging to dreams that never seemed to fully bloom, tightening his grip on plans and outcomes, believing that if he just held on tighter, pushed harder, he could bend life to his will. Yet, despite his efforts, life remained stubbornly unpredictable, slipping through his fingers in ways he could not control. That night, tired in a way no sleep could fix, Tomas did something he had never allowed himself to do before. He surrendered. Not with anger, not with defeat, but with a strange, silent relief. He laid down his heavy ambitions and simply let everything be exactly as it was. In that surrender, though invisible to the eye, a quantum shift occurred, one that would soon rearrange everything around him. Across the river, Katerina Vesely clung tightly to her every wish. She wrote affirmations daily, created intricate plans, visualized outcomes with clenched determination. She believed surrender was weakness, a giving up she could not afford. Her world reflected her tension back at her. Delays, missed opportunities, tangled paths. Katerina mistook struggle for progress, not realizing that life was not asking for more effort. It was asking for release. You see, surrender is not a passive act. It is a catalytic one. It is the precise moment when the energy you have been holding tightly, trapping in small containers of control and fear, is released into the wider field of infinite possibilities. Surrender frees the pathways that force had constricted. It creates a quantum shift, a sudden exponential realignment of events, opportunities, and unseen forces in your favor. Tomas did not notice the shift immediately. There were no fireworks, no sudden grand gestures from the universe. But in the days that followed, life began to move differently. Old obstacles dissolved without explanation. A forgotten application was accepted. A friend he hadn't spoken to in years offered him a connection that changed the trajectory of his career. Doors that had remained bolted for years swung open without a sound. He had not forced any of it. He had simply created the space for it to happen. Katerina continued to fight her unseen battles. The more she resisted surrender, the more tightly life seemed to close around her, reflecting back the energy of her inner war. The quantum shift hidden in surrender is not about giving up on your dreams. It is about releasing the need to force their timing and appearance. It is the moment you stop trying to micromanage the universe and instead trust that the forces you set in motion are alive, intelligent, and perfectly capable of completing what you began. When you surrender, You collapse time, you collapse distance. You allow the unseen orchestration to align with you faster, smoother, more powerfully than you could have ever constructed on your own. Surrender is not the end of creation. It is its acceleration. It is the unseen turn in the river where, by ceasing to paddle frantically, you are finally carried by a current far stronger, wiser, and more generous than you had ever dared to believe. In the soft, drowsy heat of a 1978 summer afternoon in Marrakesh, Youssef Amari sat cross-legged in the shade of a worn awning, his small stand of handmade lanterns casting jeweled colors onto the dusty street. His earnings were modest, his needs simple, and yet somehow abundance flowed through his life with an ease that defied logic. Travelers from distant cities found their way to his stand without advertisements or grand displays. Friends brought him gifts without being asked. Opportunities rose around him like mirages solidifying into gold. Youssef never begged life to favor him. He never demanded more. He simply lived in the richness of what already was, and life, reading the open gratitude of his heart, poured even more into his hands. Across the city, Karim Belkacem pursued abundance with fierce ambition. Every decision he made, every conversation he initiated, every move he plotted came from a place of needing more. He needed success to feel valuable. He needed wealth to feel secure. His need hung in the air like a heavy fog, clinging to every action, every word. And though he tried harder than anyone he knew, abundance remained stubbornly beyond his grasp, appearing only briefly before slipping away again. You see, abundance is not attracted to need. It is repelled by it. Need sends out a signal of lack, of incompleteness, of desperation. It whispers into the fabric of reality, I am not enough, I do not have enough. And life, always mirroring the vibration it receives, agrees. But when you have no need for abundance, when you live from a place of wholeness, sufficiency, and quiet trust, you emit a different signal entirely. You declare to the universe, I am full, I am blessed, I am rich. And the universe, hearing that truth, responds with gifts to match. Youssef's life was a reflection of this unseen law. He marveled at each customer, not because he was surprised by their arrival, but because he already expected goodness to find him. His heart was an open field, unburdened by the walls of need. In that openness, life found an easy entrance. Karim's endless chase created walls he could not see. Every time he reached with desperation, abundance slipped further away, like water cupped too tightly in trembling hands. The paradox is simple yet profound. The less you need abundance, the more abundance needs you. When you no longer clutch at life, life clutches at you. When you no longer beg for more, more is freely given. It is not because you are finally worthy, you were always worthy, but because you finally aligned with the truth of your own sufficiency. Abundance is not a prize to be earned through frantic striving. It is a natural consequence of living in a state of inner richness. When you carry no hunger, the feast appears. When you carry no thirst, the river rises to meet you. It is not your outer action, but your inner fullness that draws the treasures of life into your experience. In the quiet knowing that you already have enough, you open the gates for everything you once believed you had to chase. In the cool breath of a 1979 morning in Stockholm, Lars Henriksen stood at the edge of the city's frozen harbor, watching the mist rise from the water like silent smoke. To the world, it looked as if Lars was doing nothing. He was not making phone calls, not writing letters, not rushing to meet the day with to-do lists and appointments. He simply stood, breathing deeply, his mind calm, his spirit anchored. Yet what could not be seen with the eyes was that Lars was shaping his day with greater power in those still moments than most shape their lives with frantic motion. His stillness was not inactivity, it was creative command, a silent, potent act of alignment with the forces that would move on his behalf. Across town, Eric Johansson believed the opposite. He filled every hour with noise and action, driven by the fear that if he paused even for a moment, life would forget him. His calendar overflowed, his phone buzzed without rest, and his mind never stopped spinning. Eric equated movement with importance, activity with progress. Yet the more he did, the less satisfaction he found. Life responded not to his endless motion, but to the scattered, chaotic energy behind it, bringing him more stress, more obstacles, more resistance. You see, stillness is often mistaken for passivity by a world addicted to urgency. But true stillness, the kind that moves worlds, is not a withdrawal from creation. It is a mastery of it. It is the moment you cease scattering your energy outward and instead concentrate it so deeply that life itself must respond. In stillness, you are not doing less. You are commanding more with fewer, clearer, more powerful signals. Lars knew that if he rushed into the day from a place of anxiety, the day would mirror that energy back to him. Instead, he chose to anchor himself first, to feel the shape of what he wanted to experience before he took a single physical step. He set the tone in the silence, and then allowed the external world to organize itself around that vibration. Opportunities met him instead of him chasing them. Solutions arrived without struggle. Paths cleared themselves before he reached them. Eric, despite his constant effort, ran into invisible walls. His need to act without alignment caused reality to reflect back endless busyness with little true forward movement. He could not see that his very efforts, made from a frantic heart, pushed away the ease he so desperately sought. Stillness is creative command, because it asserts that life moves at the rhythm of your being, not your panic. It declares that you trust the intelligence of the unseen far more than the chaos of the seen. It is an act of supreme power to be still in a world that demands you rush. It is a signal sent not with words, but with energy. I am aligned. I am ready. I am already one with what I seek. When you master this art, you will find that reality bends not to the one who does the most, but to the one who dares to be the most anchored. In your stillness, you become the unwavering center around which all things are drawn. In the soft glow of a 1980 evening in Kyoto, Hana Sakamoto knelt quietly in her garden, her hands resting on the cool earth. She had not spoken all day, not from sadness but from a deep reverence for the stillness rising within her. The world around her buzzed and moved, but Hana remained calm, centered, and open. Her neighbors often said that when Hana entered a room, something shifted. Conversation softened, tensions dissolved, and a quiet sense of peace settled like dust in a sunbeam. She never had to announce herself, never had to proclaim her intentions. Her energy spoke louder than any words could. The silent frequencies she carried sang into the spaces around her, commanding attention, drawing kindness, bending reality toward her without effort. Across the city, Satoshi Watanabe lived at the mercy of noise. He filled his days with declarations, promises, endless explanations of who he was and what he planned to achieve. He believed that the louder he spoke, the more power he would gather. Yet for all his proclamations, the world seemed to glance past him, distracted, unmoved. He thought he had a communication problem, but the truth was simpler. His energy contradicted his words. While he spoke of confidence, his frequencies whispered fear. While he declared trust, his inner world pulsed with doubt, and life, ever responsive to vibration more than voice, heard the silent frequencies he could not hide. You see, life does not listen to your words first. It listens to your energy. It feels your frequency long before it hears your speech. Your true message is broadcast in the spaces between your sentences, in the unseen fields that trail behind you, like the scent of a flower or the heat of a fire. You cannot speak abundance while embodying lack. You cannot declare love while vibrating fear. The silent frequencies you emit tell the truth of your being. and life responds to that truth without judgment, without hesitation. Hannah's influence spread quietly, without a single shouted dream or bold advertisement. She embodied calm, wholeness, sufficiency, and the world leaned toward her as naturally as flowers lean toward sunlight. Opportunities unfolded gently. Support arrived without her needing to ask. She never forced reality to notice her. Reality, reading the clarity of her frequencies, responded as if it had been waiting for her all along. Satoshi, despite his passion, pushed life away by the contradiction between his words and his energy. The louder he spoke, the less he was heard, because life had already responded to the silent song he carried underneath. The power you seek is not hidden in the cleverness of your speech or the precision of your plans. It is woven into the frequencies you carry when you walk into a room, when you greet the morning, when you sit alone with yourself at night. To master reality, you must master the silent language of your being. Become the frequency of what you wish to experience, not in thought alone, but in feeling, in presence, in silent, resonant certainty. And watch as life, always listening, moves in rhythm with the song you never even needed to sing aloud. In the muted gold of a 1981 sunset in Seville, Mateo Garcia leaned back against the cool stones of the old cathedral steps, his guitar resting silently at his side. Tourists drifted by, and the streets hummed with the usual evening life, but Mateo did not move to perform as he once would have. He had spent years chasing after opportunities, playing louder, working harder, believing that more action would carve his place in the world. Yet recently something deeper had awakened within him, a knowing that true movement did not always begin with motion. Sometimes it began with stillness. That evening, Mateo sat in complete non-action, not out of laziness or fear, but out of a profound trust. Without lifting a finger, without striking a single chord, he sent out a signal louder and clearer than any song. I already am. I already hold. I already trust. In the crowded cafe across the plaza, Diego Torres scribbled furiously in his notebook, crafting plans and fallback plans, lists and urgent reminders. He believed that if he stayed in constant action, life would have no choice but to reward him. But Diego did not realize that the universe listens not to the quantity of motion, but to the quality of being. His frantic energy, for all its surface movement, was a signal of doubt, and life mirrored it back with closed doors and delayed opportunities. You see, the universe does not respond to how much you do. It responds to what you are being while you do it, and even more powerfully, to what you are being when you do nothing at all. Non-action, when it is born from deep trust rather than fear, is not emptiness. It is a declaration, a vibration that speaks louder than any frantic striving ever could. Mateo's choice to sit in stillness that evening was not passivity. It was an energetic announcement that he no longer needed to chase validation. He no longer needed to shout into the world to prove his worth. And almost as if the universe had been waiting for his stillness to catch up with his true readiness, a music producer passing by on his way to a late dinner noticed the quiet magnetism of the man and his guitar. Drawn not by noise but by presence, he paused, listened to the silence, and initiated a conversation that would change Mateo's life. Diego, meanwhile, continued to spin his wheels, wondering why life remained deaf to his efforts. He could not hear the silent scream of his own fear, the unrelenting message he was broadcasting into the field. I am not enough yet. I must do more. Non-action, when it rises from certainty, is not stagnation. It is creative command. It is the space where unseen forces align, where realities rearrange themselves around the gravity of your unwavering trust. When you dare to stop moving out of fear, when you dare to sit still in your knowing, you become a beacon so strong that life must respond. The loudest signal you can send to the universe is not noise, not hustle, not restless striving. It is the quiet, sovereign stillness of a soul that already knows it is worthy, already knows it is heard, already knows it is done. In that non-action, mountains move. In that silence, the future rushes to greet you. In the crisp air of a 1982 morning in Lucerne, Clara Vogel sat on a wooden bench by the glistening lake, her hands wrapped around a warm cup of tea. The city stirred to life around her. Businessmen hurrying across bridges, market stalls opening, the clatter of daily ambition filling the streets. But Clara remained still, her gaze resting softly on the water's surface. News had reached her the night before that the gallery she had pinned her hopes on had declined her latest collection. Once such news would have shattered her composure, sent her spiraling into self-doubt and frantic course correction. But not now. Clara understood something few ever do. Appearances are not truth, and the magnetic power of being unmoved by them creates a force far greater than any visible setback. Across town, her friend Martin Keller wrestled with his own turmoil. A single bad review had ignited a flurry of reaction within him. He rewrote his business strategy overnight, changed his presentation, abandoned projects he once loved. Martin lived in constant reaction to appearances, trying desperately to reshape his world at every gust of wind. Yet despite his endless adjustments, life did not seem to bend in his favor. What Martin could not yet see was that by moving in reaction to every surface ripple, he weakened the very signal that could have drawn his desires closer. You see, appearances are not fixed. They are the fleeting surface ripples of a deeper, slower, unseen current. When you react to them, you lock yourself into their instability. But when you remain unmoved, when you refuse to let appearances dictate your inner world, you become a center of gravity so powerful that reality itself must eventually conform to your deeper knowing. Clara, sitting calmly by the lake, did not interpret the gallery's rejection as a final verdict. She saw it as a momentary reflection, a passing cloud, irrelevant to the vastness of the sky, beneath which her dreams continued to build. She held her vision steady, her belief unwavering, her energy untangled from the flickering images reality presented. And because she did, new invitations soon arrived, from a gallery of far greater reach, from collectors whose appreciation would nourish her far more deeply than she had first imagined. Martin, caught in the storm of appearances, continued to struggle. His energy wavered with every visible result, sending mixed signals into a universe that listens not to what you say, but to what you are unwavering enough to hold. The magnetic power of being unmoved is not about denial. It is about mastery. It is about knowing that the truth of your becoming lies far beyond what your eyes can currently see. It is standing tall in the face of rejection, of delay, of apparent defeat, and choosing to remain in the vibration of your deeper certainty. When you become unmoved by appearances, life must eventually move to match you. Reality cannot help but rearrange itself around the unwavering signal of your being. The world bends not for those who chase its fleeting shapes, but for those who become so anchored in their inner truth that all external forms must eventually reflect it. In your calm, your certainty, your refusal to waver, you summon the unseen forces that turn the tide without you ever having to lift a hand. In the warm haze of a 1983 afternoon in Buenos Aires, Alejandro Cruz leaned against the peeling doorframe of his tiny workshop, watching the lazy drift of people moving through the sunlit streets. His business was modest, repairing clocks and watches, and yet it never seemed to lack for customers. Alejandro often worked slowly, taking long pauses between repairs, sipping mate in the quiet hours when no one came. Outsiders wondered how he made a living with such little urgency. They could not see the silent law he lived by, the law of inverse effort. Alejandro needed little, and because of that, life seemed to offer him more without struggle. A few blocks away, Esteban Morales raced through his tailor shop, stitching, calling, advertising, rushing to meet quotas he set higher with each passing week. Esteban lived in the constant hum of striving, believing that the more he needed success, the faster it would come. Yet no matter how much he pushed, life pushed back harder. His efforts yielded only exhaustion, and the prosperity he chased remained stubbornly just out of reach. You see, the law of inverse effort governs all true creation. The more you need something, the more distant it becomes. The act of needing emits a frequency of absence, of insufficiency, and life, ever faithful to the energy you radiate, mirrors that absence back to you. Conversely, the less you need, not out of apathy but out of trust and sufficiency, the more effortlessly life offers itself to you. Alejandro's calm acceptance of what was, his lack of urgency, created a wide, open space for abundance to enter. Because he was not frantically trying to fill an inner void, life naturally filled his outer world. Customers were drawn to him without advertising. Opportunities found him without scheming. His relaxed state broadcasted a quiet certainty. I am enough. I have enough. I trust that life moves in rhythms wiser than my own. Esteban, by contrast, broadcasted a different signal. His very striving shouted to life, I am lacking. I am desperate. I cannot rest until I have more. And so life, in its unfailing precision, mirrored back circumstances that reinforced his inner state of neediness. The paradox is simple, yet profound. When you release the desperate clutching for what you seek, you create the magnetic conditions for it to come naturally. It is not about giving up on your desires. It is about holding them lightly, carrying them like a full cup balanced effortlessly in your hand, not squeezed so tightly that it spills. Needing less does not mean settling for less. It means trusting more deeply that what is meant for you already exists and is seeking you just as surely as you seek it. Your work is not to chase it into existence, but to become the version of yourself who no longer doubts its arrival. The universe loves an open hand more than a clenched fist. When you lean back into sufficiency, when you let go of the tension that says you must have it now or all is lost, you step into the timeless rhythm where everything unfolds, not through force, but through grace. In needing less, you align with the secret abundance that was always waiting just beyond the reach of your striving. In the gentle hush of a 1984 morning in Florence, Sofia Bellini sat by the cracked window of her small apartment, the golden light spilling across the worn wooden floors. Her dreams were large. To travel, to create, to live a life far beyond the narrow alleys she had always known. But in that moment she was doing nothing at all. No frantic writing of plans, no urgent calls, no desperate efforts to move the pieces of her life faster. She sat quietly, almost motionless, as if listening to something deeper than thought. What she did not yet fully realize was that she was engaging in the most powerful act of creation. She was holding the blueprint of her next reality inside her stillness. In that invisible space, the future was already taking shape. Across the city, Antonio Russo chased his ambitions with tireless energy. Every hour of his day was filled with action. New projects, new meetings, endless strategies. He believed manifestation was a race against time, that if he slowed down, even for a moment, the life he wanted would slip away. And yet, despite his efforts, progress came in stuttering, unpredictable bursts. The harder he pushed, the less life seemed to respond. What Antonio could not see was that true manifestation is not born from endless motion. It is birthed in the silent space where the blueprint is first drawn. You see, there is a hidden architecture to creation that begins long before the world can see the results. Inaction, when it is conscious and aligned, is not idleness. It is drafting. It is shaping the unseen structures that reality will eventually build itself around. Your moments of stillness, your surrendered hours of non-action are not empty. They are where the energetic scaffolding of your desires is being assembled. Sofia's stillness was not a pause in her journey. It was the journey. As she sat, she allowed her heart to sketch quietly the outlines of a life that felt light, expansive, beautiful. She did not rush to force it into form. She allowed it to gather substance in the invisible. And soon, with a grace that seemed almost miraculous, invitations appeared. A distant cousin offering a place to stay in another country, a scholarship opportunity she had not even known existed, paths unfolding that her frantic mind could never have engineered. Antonio, for all his motion, kept tearing up his own foundations by trying to build without first aligning with the design. His rushed actions lacked the invisible architecture that would have made them stable, inevitable. The blueprint of manifestation is hidden inside conscious inaction. It is drawn not with hands, but with inner being. It is the clarity of your vibration, the steadiness of your certainty, the vividness of your silent knowing. Action, when it does come, is simply the final brushstroke on a painting already complete in spirit. When you honor the invisible phase of stillness, you find that the outer world moves faster, not slower. Reality does not begin when you act. It begins when you believe, when you hold the form firmly enough in your heart that the universe, faithful to its laws, must make it real. Inaction is not the absence of creation. It is the sacred ground where the unseen blueprints of destiny are quietly, perfectly drawn. In the hushed light of a 1985 morning in Vienna, Maximilian Schreiber sat in the corner of a quiet coffee house, his hands wrapped around a porcelain cup of steaming tea. Around him, the world moved briskly. Waiters hurried between tables. Businessmen leafed through newspapers with furrowed brows, and students debated loudly over assignments and deadlines. Maximilian, however, remained still, untouched by the rush around him. Years ago, he had been part of the scramble, convinced that if he worked harder, moved faster, and tried with more force, life would finally yield its treasures. But the more he strained, the more elusive success had become. Only when he stopped trying to wrestle life into submission did he begin to see clearly. Effort born from fear is the language of doubt, while stillness, that deep, anchored presence, is the true language of mastery. Across the Danube, his old friend Lucas Hartmann lived inside the old rhythm. He filled his days with ceaseless motion, relentless plans, and constant striving. Lucas wore his exhaustion like a badge of honor, believing it proved his worth. Yet despite his tireless effort, the victories he sought always slipped through his grasp like mist. What Lucas did not see was that his endless doing shouted a message into the universe. I do not trust. I do not believe it will happen unless I force it. And life, loyal to the vibration it receives, answered with more obstacles to overcome, more mountains to climb. You see, effort driven by fear or urgency speaks loudly to life, but it speaks the wrong language. It tells reality that you do not trust the seeds you've planted, that you doubt the unseen forces already moving on your behalf. Every frantic step says, I am not sure it will come unless I chase it down. Stillness, on the other hand, speaks a frequency of profound trust. It is the quiet declaration that what you seek is already seeking you, that your alignment is enough, that life will unfold precisely because you have allowed it to. Maximilian's days changed when he began moving only when inner clarity pulled him forward, not when fear pushed him. His actions, though fewer, carried more impact. His words, though softer, traveled further. Opportunities found him because his stillness acted like a beacon, signaling trust so pure that life eagerly rose to meet it. Lucas, trapped in the cycle of effort without trust, continued to exhaust himself, mistaking struggle for progress. His constant motion diluted his energy, scattering it instead of focusing it into a powerful current. Stillness is not the absence of ambition. It is the presence of mastery. It is the knowing that creation happens first inside your being, and only then through your hands. It is the discipline to wait for inspiration rather than react from panic. It is the wisdom to understand that true builders do not hammer at foundations they have not yet designed in spirit. When you speak the language of stillness, you whisper to the universe, "I already am what I seek. I already hold it in my field." And the universe, hearing the language it trusts most deeply, responds with gifts too large to be chased, too perfect to be forced. In stillness, you become the master of time, the orchestrator of unseen currents, the quiet magnet to everything your heart has already claimed. In the misty glow of a 1986 morning in Edinburgh, Eileen McGregor sat alone in the corner of an empty library, her hands buried deep in the folds of a worn sweater. She had always been the hardest worker she knew, priding herself on the late nights, the endless hours, the careful strategies she layered atop one another like bricks in a fortress. If effort alone could bend reality, Eileen should have been soaring. Yet no matter how much she did, no matter how tirelessly she pushed, her life remained confined to the same narrow circles. It was in that cold, silent library that a hard, humbling truth began to settle into her chest. You cannot outwork the reality you believe in. No amount of action can outrun the boundaries set by your own unseen assumptions. Across town, Callum Fraser lived a parallel story. He hustled through his days with an iron will, believing that he could wrestle success into being if only he never rested, never wavered. Yet despite the endless effort he poured into his career, doors remained shut, opportunities slipped away, and life seemed stubbornly unmoved by his exhaustion. What Callum did not understand was that it was not his work ethic that determined his results. It was his underlying belief, a silent, unexamined certainty that success was scarce, hard to win, and even harder to keep, that shaped his world from the inside out. You see, your life does not respond primarily to what you do. It responds to what you believe. It reflects not the noise of your outer action, but the silent certainties you carry beneath it. If you believe, even unconsciously, that life must be a battle, then no amount of effort will free you from struggle. If you believe that you are unworthy of abundance, then no promotion, no new client, no breakthrough can fully take root. The invisible blueprint always wins. And the blueprint is drawn not by your hands, but by the deepest assumptions of your mind and heart. Eileen's turning point came not when she worked harder, but when she paused long enough to hear the quiet truths she had been living by. She realized she had believed in limitation more than in possibility. She had believed in exhaustion more than in ease. Slowly, painstakingly, she began to shift not just her actions, but her beliefs. She planted new inner assumptions, that life could be graceful, that success could flow, that effort was a tool, not a cage. And as those new beliefs took root, the world outside her changed in kind. Opportunities appeared without struggle. Support arrived without begging. Doors opened not because she pushed harder, but because she finally believed she belonged beyond them. Callum, locked in the myth of hard work without inner alignment, continued to exhaust himself chasing a reality he did not believe he deserved. You cannot outwork the reality you believe in, because reality, faithful and unerring, rises to meet the vibration you hold most deeply. Change your belief, and the world will shift with it. Until then, no amount of movement will carry you past the borders you yourself have drawn. The real work, the only work that matters, begins within, and once it is done there, the outer world has no choice but to follow. In the golden breath of a 1987 afternoon in Lisbon, Rafael Santos sat quietly on a stone wall overlooking the bustling square. The younger version of himself would have been in the middle of that chaos, bargaining, hustling, chasing opportunities, as if life itself needed to be captured and pinned down. For years, Rafael believed that victory came to those who fought hardest. He wore his struggles like medals, convincing himself that suffering was a necessary tax for success. Yet in that season of his life, after so many years of exhaustion and disappointment, he discovered something he had never been taught. The most profound changes do not happen through force. They happen the moment you stop fighting. A few streets away, Luis Ferreira lived the story Raphael had left behind. Luis pushed, pulled, strained against every barrier, treating life like a stubborn door that must be battered open. He believed that if he stopped fighting, he would lose everything. Rest was a betrayal. Surrender was weakness. And so, life mirrored back to Luis exactly what he expected: endless resistance. Every gain came with new setbacks. Every brief victory demanded another round of battle. You see, there is an invisible current already moving beneath your life, carrying you toward your desires with a wisdom far greater than your mind can map. Fighting that current, through fear, through control, through desperate force, is like swimming against a river designed to deliver you. When you stop fighting, you do not surrender your dreams. You surrender your resistance to them. And in that surrender, a shift happens so naturally, so effortlessly, it feels as if the entire universe was simply waiting for you to let go. Raphael's life began to transform not through grand action, but through a quiet decision to stop treating life as an enemy. He chose to trust, even when he could not yet see where the current would take him. He moved when inspired and rested when called to rest. Without the heavy armor of struggle, opportunities recognized him faster. Solutions found him before he could even articulate the problem. What once seemed locked away behind endless effort now arrived with startling grace. Luis, on the other hand, continued to believe that only through struggle could anything meaningful happen. And so life dutifully reflected his belief, keeping him locked in a cycle of effort and fleeting reward. The effortless shift is not born from giving up. It is born from giving over to the intelligence that is always guiding you, the unseen architecture already shaping your path. It is the sudden lightness that fills your chest when you realize you were never meant to force the river, only to flow with it. When you stop fighting, life does not collapse. It blooms. Doors open not because you break them down, but because you finally become the one ready to walk through them. The universe, sensing your surrender, rushes to meet you with blessings that no amount of resistance could have ever unlocked. In that sacred letting go, everything you were chasing begins to chase you. In the soft warmth of a 1988 evening in Barcelona, Lucia Herrera wandered slowly through the narrow streets of the Gothic Quarter, her hands tucked into the pockets of her linen dress. She had no pressing agenda, no urgent destination, yet somehow, as she drifted through the city's winding alleys, life seemed to rearrange itself around her. The people she met, the conversations she stumbled into, the opportunities that brushed against her sleeve, all appeared to flow toward her without effort. She had stopped chasing life years ago, not from defeat, but from understanding a deeper law. Reality moves faster for those who do not chase it. In a bustling office just a few blocks away, Javier Rojas lived in contrast. Every day he woke before the sun, strategizing his every move, plotting out each conversation, meticulously crafting his path forward. Javier was determined to conquer life through sheer will. He knocked on doors, made endless calls, networked relentlessly. Yet for all his chasing, life seemed maddeningly slow to respond. Every gain was hard-won, and often, just when success seemed within reach, it slipped from his grasp. You see, chasing carries a hidden message, one that reality cannot ignore. It says, "I do not yet have." It declares through its very energy that there is distance between you and the thing you desire. And because reality is a faithful mirror, it reflects back that distance, preserving the gap you believe in. But when you stop chasing, when you trust that what you seek is already seeking you, the gap closes. Reality, freed from the resistance of your striving, moves swiftly toward you. Lucia's life unfolded like a dance she did not need to lead. Because she did not clutch at opportunities, they felt safe approaching her. Because she did not act from desperation, doors opened with ease. Her very stillness whispered to life, "I already know my path is assured." And life, hearing that quiet certainty, rushed to deliver all that matched it. Javier, despite his best intentions, remained caught in a race he could never win. His very chasing broadcasted lack, and life, in its perfect precision, reflected scarcity and delay right back at him. He believed that faster action would yield faster results, not realizing that it was the quality of his inner being, not the quantity of his effort, that determined the speed of reality's response. Reality is not moved by force. It is moved by alignment. It does not respond to how loudly you knock, but to how clearly you signal that you already belong to what you seek. The more lightly you hold your desires, the more eagerly life rushes to fill your open hands. When you let go of the need to chase, you step into the current where everything accelerates on your behalf. What once seemed distant collapses into the now. What once felt heavy becomes effortless. Reality, always listening, always mirroring, moves fastest for the one who trusts enough to stand still. In your non-chasing, you become magnetic. In your trust, you become unstoppable. And life, recognizing its reflection in you, races forward to meet you where you already are. In the pale morning mist of 1989, Salzburg, Elias Fischer sat quietly in the back row of a grand, empty concert hall. He had once dreamed of standing on the podium, baton in hand, commanding orchestras with sweeping gestures and rigid precision. In his youth, he believed that mastery meant control, that only through strict direction could beauty be brought forth from chaos. But life, much like music, had taught him something far subtler, far truer. The greatest beauty did not come from commanding every note. It came from trusting the music already written into the fabric of existence. It came from surrendering the need to conduct everything. It came from listening to the deeper rhythm that carried him, even when he did not move. Across town, Klaus Reiter embodied the old way. He tried to conduct every detail of his life like a frantic maestro, orchestrating conversations, opportunities, outcomes, and timing. His calendar was a battlefield, every hour crammed with strategies and maneuvers. Klaus believed that if he didn't control every piece, life would crumble. Yet, despite his effort, life often moved out of sync with him. Meetings fell through, projects collapsed, relationships frayed under the weight of his expectations. He could not see that his desperate conducting was drowning out the very symphony he was trying to lead. You see, there is a divine symphony already playing through your life, a vast orchestration of energies, opportunities, and connections that unfolds with exquisite precision. It does not require your forceful baton. It requires your trust. When you try to control each note, you disrupt the flow. When you surrender the need to conduct, you find yourself effortlessly moving in harmony with forces far wiser and more powerful than your limited perspective. Elias discovered that when he stepped back, when he listened instead of commanded, life wove melodies far sweeter than anything he could have scripted. Invitations arrived at perfect moments. Friendships deepened without effort. Dreams once fought for with bloody knuckles unfolded gently, gracefully, naturally. It was as if, by putting down the baton, he was finally able to hear the music life had been playing for him all along. Klaus, gripped by the need to control, remained trapped in dissonance. Every attempt to orchestrate life created new resistance, new problems to solve. He never allowed the music to carry him because he never trusted it to know the way. The divine symphony of your life is not random. It is a masterpiece composed in dimensions beyond your sight. It knows what you seek. It knows the timing, the pathways, the unseen allies waiting in the wings. Your role is not to force every note, but to tune yourself so that you can hear and move with the music already unfolding. When you stop conducting and start listening, you realize that you were never alone in creating your life. You were part of a larger masterpiece all along. In surrender, you do not lose power. You step into a far greater one. In trust, you do not fall behind. You are carried forward on a tide of grace you could never have commanded with your own two hands. and the music, ancient and infinite, plays on, waiting only for your willingness to join it. In the muted silver light of a 1990 morning in Copenhagen, Anna Christensen sat alone at a small corner table in a nearly empty cafe. Before her, a letter lay unopened, a job offer in a city she once thought she might never leave. She sipped her coffee slowly, the steam curling around her face like a whispered invitation. In the past, Anna would have agonized over such a decision, weighing the pros and cons aloud to friends, making lists, seeking opinions. But something inside her had changed. She had learned the power of quiet decisions, the ones made not in public declaration, but in the silent, sacred chambers of the heart. Without fanfare, without hesitation, Anna made her choice. She folded the letter, tucked it into her bag, and in that simple, quiet act, set an entire new reality into motion. Across the city, her former colleague Eric Larson lived by a different pattern. Every decision he made was loud, posted on bulletin boards, discussed at endless dinners, shared in sweeping speeches to anyone who would listen. He believed that change required noise, that realities were shifted by shouting and stomping and convincing others of your path. Yet for all his noise, his world often remained stubbornly the same, as if reality refused to move simply because he demanded it publicly. You see, real change begins not with the loudness of your words, but with the clarity of your being. Quiet decisions are powerful because they emerge from a place of complete alignment. They are not made to impress, to prove, to seek validation. They are made because something deeper has clicked into place, silently, unshakably, and when that inner alignment occurs, the external world must, by its very nature, rearrange itself to match it. Anna's quiet decision to accept the offer and step into the unknown created ripples she could not yet see. New relationships, new ideas, new doors were already beginning to swing open, responding to the new identity she had silently embraced. She did not need to explain herself. She did not need to announce her intentions. Her quiet certainty broadcasted more loudly than any speech ever could. Eric's loud decisions, on the other hand, often fell flat because they were not rooted in true conviction. They were fueled by fear, by the need for approval, by the hope that external agreement would substitute for internal certainty. But the universe does not respond to volume. It responds to truth. It responds to the vibration of genuine choice, the silent frequency that says, I have already become the one who lives this new reality. Quiet decisions are not about secrecy. They are about sovereignty. They are the moments when you choose within yourself to shift paths without asking the world's permission. And because you move from inner certainty, reality, faithful to the unseen laws of creation, moves with you. When you understand this, you stop shouting for change. You become the change, silently, completely. And the world, sensing the quiet thunder of your new certainty, has no choice but to respond, reshaping itself around the new reality you have already claimed. In the pale blush of a 1991 dawn in Vienna, Matthias Gruber stood by the wide window of his small apartment, looking out over the waking city. Trains moved silently along distant tracks, bakery carts rolled out into the streets, and the air shimmered with the first gentle light of morning. To anyone watching Matthias's life from the outside, little seemed to be happening. His business had not yet taken off. His dreams still lived more in notebooks than on grand stages. But deep within him, Matthias sensed something that gave him quiet peace. Even when it seemed nothing was changing, something profound was building behind the curtain of his visible life. There was an unseen alignment taking place, a careful stitching together of opportunities, people, and moments that would soon rise into view. In a nearby cafe, his old schoolmate Lucas Weber hurried through his morning coffee, scanning the headlines with restless urgency. Lucas lived by the belief that if he could not see immediate proof of progress, then none existed. He needed results now, movement now, validation now, and so he ran faster, pushed harder, trying to force life into revealing its hand. Yet the more he rushed, the more he missed the quiet unfolding that happens only in spaces of trust. You see, most of what transforms your life is invisible before it is undeniable. Reality does not always announce its preparations. It moves silently, elegantly, like roots weaving through soil, creating strength long before any bloom appears. When you cannot see change, it does not mean nothing is happening. It often means everything is happening where it matters most. Matthias understood that energy precedes form. He knew that every moment he spent nurturing his inner alignment, every choice to trust rather than doubt, every moment spent embodying gratitude rather than scarcity, was laying invisible stones in the path ahead. He did not need to know how it would all come together. He needed only to hold his alignment steady, to maintain the frequency that matched the life he was calling in. And as the weeks unfolded, life responded. Unexpected invitations arrived, connections were made in ways he could never have planned, and doors that had once seemed sealed shut swung open without resistance. Lucas, meanwhile, continued to race ahead of his own blessings. His disbelief in unseen progress caused him to uproot seeds just as they were beginning to sprout, to abandon paths that were aligning perfectly behind the scenes because he could not yet see their results. The unseen alignment behind the scenes of your life is not a myth. It is the real work of manifestation, the sacred weaving that life performs when you are willing to hold your vision steady, even in the absence of visible proof. Trust the silent seasons. Trust the spaces where nothing seems to move. These are the moments when the most powerful alignments are being made on your behalf. One day soon, what now remains hidden will rise into the light fully formed, and you will see that nothing was ever still. Life was merely preparing you for a reality too magnificent to reveal all at once. In the soft hush of a 1992 night in Prague, Elena Novak pulled the heavy curtains closed against the chill and climbed into bed, her mind still tracing the edges of a dream she had not yet lived. She thought about the business she wanted to build, the distant city she wished to see, the deep, luminous life she yearned to experience. But instead of worrying or planning late into the night as she once had, Elena did something different. She released it all. She surrendered her desires into the silent darkness, trusting a force larger than herself to carry them through the unseen. As she drifted into sleep, she unknowingly stepped into one of the greatest truths few ever understand. The universe does not rest when you do. It works even harder, rearranging reality in ways too vast and intricate for the waking mind to orchestrate. Across town, Thomas Havel clutched at the edges of wakefulness, his mind frantic with calculations and worries. He stayed awake night after night, convinced that unless he maintained his grip on every detail, everything would collapse. He believed that surrendering to sleep was surrendering control. What Thomas did not realize was that in his resistance to rest, he blocked the very forces that could have moved mountains for him while he slept. You see, when you surrender to rest, you hand over the reins to a wisdom that weaves miracles beyond your conscious ability. While your body sleeps and your mind softens, the deeper currents of life move into action, guided not by your worry, but by the vibration you carried into your rest. Every aligned thought, every quiet certainty, every peaceful expectation acts as a blueprint, and while you sleep, the universe builds upon it, stitching together the people, circumstances, and opportunities needed to bring your vision into form. Elena's dreams began to unfold with a surprising ease once she made peace with letting go at the end of each day. Ideas she needed would find her without her chasing them. Emails from long-lost contacts offering unexpected partnerships arrived as if by invisible arrangement. She did not wrestle these gifts into being. She rested into them. Her surrender at night became her strongest act of co-creation. Thomas, meanwhile, continued his battle. His restless energy whispered into the fabric of life, "I do not trust. I must do it all myself." And life, responding to his vibration, withheld the help, the surprises, the orchestrations that required his permission to move freely. The universe rearranges reality most gracefully when you step aside, when you cease trying to micromanage every angle and instead enter sleep with a spirit of trust. Sleep is not simply recovery for the body. It is a workshop for the unseen, a sacred time when your consciousness, freed from resistance, allows the grand weaver of existence to thread new paths on your behalf. Lay down each night not with anxiety, but with a soft command. I trust, I allow, I receive. Know that while you dream, countless unseen hands are moving, building, aligning, and when you wake, the world will have shifted, often imperceptibly at first, but undeniably toward the life already written for you in the stars. In the shimmering light of a 1993 morning in Florence, Marco Vitale sat on a bench overlooking the slow-moving Arno River. His life had once been a series of battles, battles to be seen, battles to succeed, battles to prove his worth. Every goal he achieved seemed to demand more effort than the last, and every victory came weighed down by exhaustion. But something had changed in Marco over the years, something invisible yet profound. He had discovered a principle that defied everything he had once believed. The more he resisted, the slower life moved. The more he allowed, the faster it responded. He had uncovered the quiet science of non-resistance, the hidden key to instant manifestation. In the cobbled streets beyond the river, Luca Moretti embodied the old way. He fought against every setback, braced against every obstacle, treating life as a series of locked doors he had to batter open. His effort was undeniable, but so was his weariness. Luca mistook his resistance for strength, not realizing that resistance acts as a wall between desire and its fulfillment. You see, energy flows where it is welcomed and stagnates where it is resisted. This is not philosophy, it is physics. When you resist a situation, a person, or a possibility, you create tension, a friction that hardens reality against you. The universe, always faithful to your dominant vibration, mirrors that tension back with delays, obstacles, and slow movement. But when you enter non-resistance, when you soften your grasp, release your urgency, and allow life to be as it is, you create an energetic opening so wide that manifestations can slip into your experience with breathtaking speed. Marco learned that non-resistance did not mean passivity. It meant clarity without conflict. It meant holding his vision lightly, like a feather resting on his palm, without squeezing it into submission. When challenges arose, he did not fight them. He flowed around them, trusting that every perceived setback carried within it the seed of a redirection. His dreams, once fought for with clenched fists, now arrived with a grace that felt almost supernatural. Luca, still trapped in the cycle of push and pull, remained locked in struggles he did not realize he was sustaining with his own resistance. His mind, gripped with fear of losing control, could not comprehend that surrender was not failure, but amplification. Non-resistance is not about giving up your desires. It is about removing the walls you unknowingly build between you and them. It is the energetic agreement that says, I trust the path even when it twists. I trust the timing even when it stretches. I trust the unseen forces assembling what my mind cannot yet conceive. Instant manifestation becomes possible the moment your energy no longer contradicts your desire. When you stop saying yes with your words, but no with your vibration. When you stop fighting the flow and start moving with it. In the science of non-resistance, you realize that the universe is not slow, it is precise. And when you become a space of openness rather than friction, life no longer needs to be convinced to bless you. It rushes to do so with a speed and elegance that leaves no doubt you were never meant to fight your way to what you seek. You were meant to become the space where it could arrive. In the soft golden haze of a 1994 afternoon in Prague, Daniel Vacek leaned against the old stone wall of the city square, his gaze steady as he watched the crowds flow past him. He did not move to join the bustle, did not push to be seen, did not scramble to force his place among them. Instead, he simply observed, and in that still, unwavering presence, something invisible yet undeniable happened. People slowed as they passed him. Conversations softened. A subtle shift moved through the square, as if the very air adjusted to his silent attention. Daniel had learned what few understand. The still observer does not just watch the field. The still observer alters it. Not far from him, across the crowded market, Thomas Kral lived in a flurry of constant action. Every moment he was adjusting, reacting, inserting himself into situations, believing that influence came from noise and motion. He chased outcomes, tried to manage perceptions, believing that if he could just move fast enough, he could control what unfolded around him. But no matter how much effort Tomas expended, life resisted him. Events slipped through his fingers, and people moved past him without noticing. You see, reality is not shaped primarily by forceful interaction. It is shaped by the consciousness that observes it. Quantum physics whispers the same truth that sages have sung for centuries. The observer affects the field. Where there is pure, stable, non-judging attention, the very particles of existence rearrange themselves in response. Stillness is not absence of power, it is the amplification of it. When you become still, not frozen, but centered, rooted, sovereign, your very presence begins to influence reality in ways unseen but profoundly felt. Daniel's still observation was not passive. It was alive, awake, intentional. He did not observe with longing nor with judgment. He simply became a clear, unmoving point of consciousness through which life could reorder itself. Without speaking, without moving, he found that opportunities approached him. People initiated conversations, and unexpected doors opened as if drawn by an invisible current. Tomas, caught in the belief that more movement created more power, remained exhausted and unseen. His frantic motion, his constant reactions, fragmented his energy, scattering it so thinly that nothing could respond coherently to him. When you become the still observer, you shift from trying to control life to commanding it without words. You send out a steady signal that life, at its deepest levels, cannot ignore. You become the anchor point in a sea of restless waves. And reality, sensing your gravity, begins to adjust its course around you. Stillness is not weakness. It is signal clarity. It is the highest form of influence. When you observe life from a place of pure awareness, without demanding, without chasing, you alter the entire field simply by being. The forces of life move not in response to the loudest noise, but to the most stable signal. Become that signal, and you will find that reality does not just flow around you. It flows through you, in perfect harmony with the stillness you have chosen to embody. In the golden quiet of a 1995 morning in Lisbon, Sophia Martins wandered slowly through the tiled corridors of an old library. She had spent much of her life believing that destiny must be fought for, earned through passion, claimed with fierce declarations of want and will. Yet lately, something softer had begun to stir inside her. She no longer felt the need to chase after certainty, to grip tightly to outcomes. She had discovered a secret woven into the spaces between effort and desire: neutrality. It was not apathy, it was not resignation. It was a calm openness that did not lean too heavily in any direction. And through this neutrality, as if by magic, hidden doors of opportunity began to swing open, doors she had never even known existed. A few streets away, her old friend Miguel Pereira still lived according to the old rhythm. He approached every goal with desperate intensity, attaching his happiness to specific outcomes, measuring his worth by wins and losses. When things went his way, he soared. When they did not, he collapsed. His energy was a pendulum swinging wildly between elation and despair, and so too was his life. Opportunities flirted with him and then disappeared. Successes slipped through his fingers like water. You see, neutrality is the quiet bridge between desire and fulfillment. It is the state where you allow your intentions to breathe, where you are open to the outcome without being enslaved by it. It is standing before two doors and choosing neither with panic, knowing that what is meant for you cannot be missed. Neutrality does not mean you stop dreaming. It means you stop grasping. It means you trust so fully in the unseen architecture of your life that you no longer force or fear any particular result. Sophia's neutrality unlocked currents she could not have accessed through effort alone. A position she had once fought desperately for and lost years ago circled back to her, offered freely this time without her asking. A project she had never imagined herself fit for was placed gently into her path by a casual acquaintance. None of these shifts arrived through pushing. They arrived because she was open enough to let life surprise her. Miguel's tight grip on life, his desperate need for certain outcomes, narrowed the flow of possibility. He could not see the doors opening on either side because his eyes were locked onto the one he believed he had to force open. His destiny tried to meet him, but he outran it every time, tethered to outcomes too small for the life he was meant to live. Neutrality is not disengagement. It is supreme engagement, with trust, with openness, with the wider intelligence moving through your life. It is the surrender of personal will to divine orchestration. When you stand neutrally before life, you make room for miracles larger than your limited plans. The hidden doors of destiny do not yield to force. They open for those who can stand with an open heart and say, "I trust whatever comes." In that space, destiny is not chased or demanded. It is revealed in perfect timing by a life that has always known the way. In the cool hush of a 1996 morning in Vienna, Andreas Vogel walked slowly along the cobbled streets leading to the old opera house. His dreams, once tangled with noise and desperate striving, had grown quieter over the years, but not weaker. Andreas had discovered something powerful, something most people never even realize exists. The most potent commands to reality are not shouted into the world. They are whispered into being through the silent certainty of being. His life now moved in rhythms that appeared almost effortless to those around him. Doors opened, invitations arrived, opportunities, once elusive, unfolded naturally. Andreas had learned to issue silent commands that reality simply could not refuse. Across town, Lucas Schneider still believed in force. He pushed hard against the world, making grand declarations, announcing his plans at every turn, believing that loudness equated to strength. He fought for recognition, demanded respect, insisted on outcomes. Yet despite all his noise, life remained stubbornly unmoved by his demands. Lucas thought life was resisting him. What he did not see was that life was simply responding to the true energy he carried underneath all his words: doubt, fear, and tension. You see, reality does not respond to the volume of your voice. It responds to the frequency of your being. Silent commands are not about verbal affirmations or shouted ambitions. They are about the invisible decree that radiates from a heart absolutely convinced of its own destiny. When you are certain, when your inner world is anchored, unwavering, the universe must obey. Not because you have forced it to, but because reality is structured to mirror conviction. Andreas's silent commands were born not from desperation, but from embodiment. He did not hope for success. He lived as the one who already carried it. He did not chase abundance. He walked as if abundance were the ground beneath his feet. Without speaking, without pleading, he issued clear, energetic instructions to life. This is who I am. This is what I allow. This is what I receive. And life, reading the pure clarity of his vibration, rearranged itself in perfect precision. Lucas, for all his shouting, remained invisible to the deeper forces that shape existence. His energy was split, full of contradictions. His words said, "I believe," but his being whispered, "I am afraid." And so life, always loyal to the dominant signal, answered the whisper, not the shout. Silent commands are not mystical fantasies. They are the natural outcome of energetic law. They bypass language, bypass logic, and move directly into the field, where reality takes its orders. When you carry unshakable inner certainty, you no longer have to force your way into opportunities. They align themselves around you. Speak less to the world. Speak more to your own being. Walk with the knowing that what you are within becomes what you meet without. Reality cannot refuse the signal of true conviction. It cannot ignore the silent command of a soul fully aligned. It must, by its very design, mirror you exactly. And when you embody the truth of what you seek, life answers, quickly, surely, and with a precision no amount of effort could have summoned. In the soft, golden stillness of a 1997 morning in Siena, Isabella Conti leaned back in the wooden chair of her small kitchen, sipping warm coffee as sunlight spilled across the tiled floor. There was nothing grand about the moment, no celebration, no windfall, no visible marker of success. Yet something profound had taken root inside her. For the first time in her life, she felt a quiet, unshakable sense that everything was already enough. She was not chasing anything. She was not reaching, striving, hungering for more. And without even realizing it, Isabella had entered a frequency so powerful that it would soon reshape her entire reality, the frequency of enoughness. Across town, her old friend Marco De Luca lived caught in the old cycle. His days were filled with ambition, plans, constant reaching. No matter how much he achieved, it was never enough. A bigger house, a better title, a larger bank account. The more he gathered, the more hollow he felt. He could not see that his life mirrored his energy precisely. A state of never enough would always generate more circumstances of lack, of scarcity, of restless dissatisfaction. You see, life does not deliver abundance to those who shout loudest for it. It delivers abundance to those who already live in the feeling that they are whole, complete, and richly provided for, even before the evidence appears. The frequency of enoughness is not a trick to get more. It is a surrender into a deeper truth, that your being, your breath, your presence is already a manifestation of abundance beyond measure. Isabella's quiet mornings, her simple joy in what she had, created a magnetic field around her. Opportunities began to approach her without her chasing them. New friendships, new invitations, new streams of income arrived not because she demanded them, but because her energy whispered a powerful message to the universe. I have, I am, I lack nothing, and reality, ever faithful to the frequencies it reads, delivered more to match her inner state. Marco, despite his endless effort, kept himself trapped in scarcity. His heart broadcasted day after day, I need, I lack, I am not yet enough. And so life, in its perfect symmetry, mirrored that vibration back with endless reasons to keep striving and never arriving. Mastering the frequency of enoughness is not about giving up your dreams. It is about realizing that the foundation of receiving is not desperation, but wholeness. It is about meeting life from a place where you no longer beg reality to complete you, but invite it to dance with the fullness you already embody. When you live as though everything you need is already here, life responds in ways too graceful and precise to predict. You stop chasing fulfillment and start radiating it. You stop needing signs and start becoming the sign. Enoughness is not the end of growth. It is the soil from which true expansion blooms. In mastering it, you step into a rhythm where reality must respond, not to your hunger, but to your wholeness. And from that sacred place, life offers you more. not because you demanded it, but because you finally became a home vast enough to hold it. In the soft rain of a 1998 afternoon in Kyoto, Haruki Watanabe sat beneath the sweeping branches of a cherry tree, the petals falling around him like a slow, deliberate snowfall. His life had once been consumed by a frantic urgency to prove himself, to outpace failure, to grasp success before it slipped away. Yet somewhere along the winding path of disappointments and small victories, Haruki had stumbled into a different understanding. The true victories in life were never won by those who fought the hardest or moved the fastest. They were won by those who carried within them a calm mind, a mind so steady, so centered that reality itself could not help but arrange itself around their quiet certainty. Across the city, his former colleague Taro Fujimoto raced through another crowded street, dodging umbrellas and barking into his phone. Taro believed that movement was winning, that speed was dominance. Every decision was urgent, every plan a battlefield. Yet the faster he moved, the more tangled his life became, complications stacking upon themselves like unstable towers ready to collapse. Taro thought life was resisting him. He never considered that perhaps it was not resistance he faced, but the reflection of his own inner chaos. You see, reality is not conquered by force. It is aligned with through calmness. A calm mind does not mean a passive life. It means a life where every action is taken from clarity, not from fear. It means decisions made not in reaction to panic, but in response to inner wisdom. The calm mind is like the surface of a still lake, undisturbed, reflective, powerful in its silence. In that stillness, life can reveal its opportunities with precision, not buried under the waves of anxiety and frantic motion. Haruki's calmness became a silent command to life. When choices needed to be made, he did not rush to choose. He allowed the right option to rise naturally, as a leaf floats to the surface of a pond. Problems unraveled themselves before they grew heavy. Allies appeared without coaxing. The very air around him seemed to shift, welcoming, open, fluid. His calm was not weakness, it was magnetic strength. Taro, meanwhile, continued to spin his wheels. His restless mind clouded his instincts. He pushed through doors that were already half open, slamming them shut with his urgency. He missed the gentle cues, the soft invitations, the graceful alignments that require a still heart to perceive. The calm mind wins because it does not chase. It draws. It does not fight reality. It invites it to reveal its pathways with elegance and ease. A calm mind is a declaration to the universe. I trust, I see, I allow, and the universe, always listening, answers that calmness with clarity. When you cultivate inner stillness, you no longer have to outwork or outshout anyone. Life itself bends quietly around you, matching your peace with its own grace. In calmness, the way becomes clear, the timing becomes perfect, and what once seemed distant arrives without strain. Victory is not in the noise. It is in the silence where certainty lives. In the pale light of a 1999 morning in Zurich, Emil Roth sat at a cafe table by the river, a worn leather notebook resting closed beside his untouched coffee. He was not writing today, nor was he scheming or outlining future plans as he once would have. He simply sat, his mind silent, unhurried, undemanding. To an observer, he might have appeared lost in thought, but there was no wandering happening within him. Emil had discovered something rare, the effortless authority of a silent mind. He had learned that true power does not roar. It does not demand attention or scramble for control. It resides quietly, so completely centered that the world, sensing its certainty, moves to accommodate it without resistance. Across town, his old colleague Lucas Meyer chased success with the tools most people are taught to admire: urgency, persuasion, relentless effort. Lucas believed that to be heard, he had to speak louder; to be noticed, he had to move faster; to be respected, he had to prove himself at every turn. Yet the more noise Lucas created, the more life seemed to slip around him, recognizing his effort but never yielding fully to his command. You see, the mind that must shout to be heard carries no true authority. True authority radiates without announcement. It moves invisibly like gravity, felt but unseen, commanding respect without needing to demand it. The silent mind is not empty. It is full of presence, full of certainty, full of an unwavering alignment that words can only clumsily attempt to express. Emil's life began to reflect this quiet authority in ways that felt almost magical. Meetings turned in his favor without aggressive negotiation. People paused to listen when he spoke, not because he forced their attention, but because his words carried the rare weight of someone who had no need to convince. Opportunities found him not because he chased them, but because he became the obvious place for them to land. Lucas, for all his relentless striving, continued to experience resistance. His words, heavy with the energy of trying, pushed life away even as he lunged toward it. His mind, noisy and scattered, sent signals of uncertainty that life could not help but mirror. The silent mind holds a natural authority because it is anchored in trust, not in fear. It knows that nothing needs to be forced into place. It knows that reality, responsive and alive, bends not to noise, but to inner alignment. The silent mind does not chase outcomes. It becomes the embodiment of outcomes already fulfilled. When you cultivate silence within, when you release the need to explain, defend, or grasp, you become the quiet center of gravity around which circumstances reorganize. You no longer have to push against life. Life, sensing the clarity of your being, moves quietly but powerfully in your favor. The authority you seek does not come from louder declarations or busier movements. It comes from the silence where your deepest truths live, commanding not through force, but through the irresistible gravity of certainty. In that silence, you become the kind of presence that reality itself cannot ignore. In the soft warmth of a 2000 evening in Barcelona, Sofia Delgado sat quietly on her small balcony, watching the city lights blink into life like scattered stars. She had spent years wanting success, wanting love, wanting recognition. Her heart had been filled with endless lists of desires, each one burning with the urgency of a life that never seemed quite full enough. But something had shifted in her recently, something invisible yet profound. She had stopped wanting, not because she had given up, but because she had let go. She had finally surrendered the restless grasping that had tied her spirit into knots. And in that deep release, almost without her noticing, everything she had once chased began to flow gently toward her. A few blocks away, her old friend Javier Molina sat hunched over his desk, scribbling out new goals, new strategies, new plans to chase the dreams that still hovered out of reach. Javier believed that if he wanted something badly enough, if he fixated on it, obsessed over it, demanded it from life, it would finally appear. Yet the harder he wanted, the further his desires seemed to drift. Like ships sailing away from the shore he stood upon, his wanting, thick and desperate, created an invisible wall that nothing could cross. You see, wanting, when it is tangled with lack, broadcasts the wrong signal into the field of creation. It says, "I do not have." It declares separation, not connection. It radiates distance, not arrival. Life, always faithful to the energy you live from, mirrors that signal back, keeping what you desire at arm's length. Sophia's life shifted the moment she detached her happiness from her desires. She no longer needed her dreams to arrive to feel whole, to feel fulfilled, to feel enough. She chose to enjoy the richness of the present moment, to live as if nothing was missing. And life, sensing that she was no longer blocking the flow with frantic grasping, began to pour its blessings over her like a river finally released from a dam. Invitations, friendships, opportunities. They all arrived not because she tried harder, but because she had finally become a space wide enough, open enough, still enough to receive them. Javier, for all his fervent wishing, remained locked in the same cycle. His energy screamed for fulfillment, but his heart whispered of doubt, of emptiness, of needing life to prove itself before he could be at peace. And so life mirrored that vibration back to him with exquisite precision. When you stop wanting from a place of lack, you do not lose your dreams. You invite them. You open the gates that your restless wanting once kept closed. You step into a frequency where life no longer needs to withhold to mirror your longing. It can finally rush in whole and unburdened because you have made room for it with your surrender. The life you seek is not waiting for you to want it harder. It is waiting for you to know, without needing, that it is already yours. And when you do, what you once begged for arrives quietly, naturally, as if it had been there all along, just waiting for your hands to finally let go and open wide enough to catch it. In the cool quiet of a 2001 morning in Granada, Mateo Alvarez stood at the threshold of the old Moorish palace, his hands resting lightly against the stone walls carved centuries before. Every intricate pattern, every curve and line of the ancient tiles told a silent story, a geometry that spoke not through noise but through perfect, unmoved precision. Mateo had spent years trying to push life into the shapes he thought it should take, exhausting himself chasing shifting outcomes. But now, standing in the presence of these timeless patterns, he felt something stir deep within him. There was a power greater than force, a rhythm deeper than effort. He began to understand that true influence came not from movement, but from stillness, from an awareness so unmoved that reality itself quietly began to reorganize around it, just as the universe once conspired to shape stars and galaxies according to unseen sacred geometries. Across the bustling plaza, his friend Diego Ramos moved frantically from merchant to merchant, negotiating prices, haggling for attention, believing that through constant action he could bend the day to his will. Diego lived in a world of visible struggle, missing the quiet architecture unfolding around him, the forces that shape life without the need for strain. You see, reality itself is governed by laws deeper than motion. There is a sacred geometry at work in the unseen layers of existence, a perfect design that responds not to noise, but to coherence. When your awareness becomes still, when you are no longer pulled and pushed by every surface appearance, you begin to align with this hidden order, and reality, feeling your steadiness, your clarity, your unwavering gaze, begins to shape itself to match you. Mateo's life changed in small, almost imperceptible ways at first. Challenges that once demanded frantic solutions dissolved before reaching him. Conversations shifted in his favor without needing persuasion. Opportunities found him with the natural inevitability of water finding a path downhill. His unmoved awareness became a silent architecture, a blueprint too precise for chaos to resist. Life no longer responded to his actions alone. It responded to the geometry of his inner state. Diego, meanwhile, continued to experience the turbulence he unknowingly amplified. His restless mind distorted the patterns of his reality, scattering the very things he tried so hard to pull together. Unmoved awareness is not indifference. It is supreme attention without attachment. It is standing in the center of shifting worlds without losing your center. It is holding a field of consciousness so steady, so harmonized, that reality has no choice but to rearrange itself to match your frequency. The sacred geometry behind unmoved awareness is not a metaphor. It is the fundamental way energy organizes itself around coherence. When you become still inside, you stop distorting the field with your panic and doubt. You allow the deeper structures of life, the designs you cannot see but are always there, to rise and shape your experience with elegance and precision. In mastering unmoved awareness, you become not just a participant in reality, but a co-architect. And the world, sensing the steady blueprint you hold within, begins to shape itself accordingly, as faithfully and naturally as stars forming constellations across a silent, waiting sky. In the soft, golden twilight of a 2002 evening in Venice, Lucia Romano stood on a small stone bridge, watching the slow current of the canal glide beneath her feet. Not long ago, her life had felt cramped, cornered by old plans and rigid ambitions that no longer fit the shape of her spirit. She had spent years trying to force growth, believing that more effort, more control would expand her world. Yet the harder she pulled, the smaller everything seemed to become. It was only when she surrendered, truly surrendered, without conditions or timelines, that everything began to change. What looked like a letting go on the outside was, in truth, an invisible expansion on the inside, a widening of the space through which life could rush in, with gifts greater than anything she had ever planned. Not far from her, Matteo Ricci hurried through the crowded alleys, burdened by his endless lists and unyielding deadlines. He saw surrender as weakness, as giving up on dreams that demanded relentless pursuit. Matteo thought the world rewarded only those who seized it with both hands and refused to let go. Yet for all his tenacity, his life remained tightly wound, opportunities slipping through fingers clenched too tightly to receive. You see, surrender is not the collapse of dreams. It is the widening of the vessel meant to hold them. When you cling to specific outcomes, when you demand rigid pathways and timelines, you create a narrow channel through which life must squeeze itself to reach you. But when you surrender, when you trust the unseen choreography that knows more than your mind can grasp, you create infinite space. You magnify your field of possibility, allowing life to deliver blessings far beyond your original design. Lucia's surrender did not erase her dreams. It expanded them. By releasing her grip on how things should look, she invited possibilities she could not have engineered. A chance meeting that led to international exhibitions of her art, friendships that unlocked new parts of her creativity, travels that opened her heart in ways planning never could have promised. Her world grew not through force, but through the space her surrender created. Matteo, for all his effort, kept his world confined within the walls of his expectations. His refusal to surrender narrowed his vision, blinded him to the doors life tried to open just beyond his carefully drawn maps. Invisible expansion happens the moment you trust enough to stop dictating every detail of your life. It happens when you release your demands and instead open to the vast intelligence moving silently through every moment. Surrender is not the end of creation. It is the invitation for creation to become something larger, more beautiful, and more harmonious than you could have scripted. When you surrender, you do not shrink. You stretch. You open new channels for life to flow toward you. You become a space so vast, so welcoming, that reality itself cannot help but rise to meet the magnitude of your trust. In surrender, your world does not disappear. It magnifies, revealing horizons that had been waiting all along for you to finally let go. In the muted blue light of a 2003 morning in Amsterdam, Daniel Vermeer sat at a small cafe overlooking the canals, his notebook closed, his hands idle on the table. Just a few years earlier, Daniel would have filled every page by now, scribbling strategies, listing goals, mapping out every move he thought necessary to achieve success. He believed that constant action was the key, that the more he did, the faster life would deliver. But experience had stripped that illusion away piece by piece. Daniel had discovered a strange and liberating truth. The less he pushed, the more life flowed toward him. The reverse law, as he came to think of it, governed the unseen rhythms of reality. Less action, when aligned properly, creates more results. On the other side of the city, his friend Peter de Jong lived tangled in the old logic. Peter rushed through meetings, filled his calendar with obligations, pursued opportunity after opportunity with frantic determination. He prided himself on never resting, never hesitating. Yet despite all the motion, Peter's life felt strangely stagnant, like a river fighting its own current. You see, the universe does not reward volume of effort. It rewards precision of energy. When you act from misalignment, from fear, desperation, or pressure, you scatter your influence, diluting your power into hundreds of frantic motions. But when you act from alignment, when your internal state matches your external desire, even a single simple move can create a cascade of results greater than months of striving. Daniel's shift did not come because he abandoned effort entirely. It came because he stopped acting for the sake of acting. He only moved when the energy inside him was clear, when the action felt inevitable rather than forced. He learned to wait for the moment when the river of life was already moving in his favor, and then he would step into it, one deliberate stroke carrying him further than 1,000 frantic thrashings ever could. Peter, trapped in the illusion that movement alone was progress, continued to paddle against the current, exhausting himself without ever seeming to advance. Less action equals more result, not because doing is wrong, but because most doing is born from disconnection. When you align your energy first, when you cultivate certainty, calmness, readiness, the actions you do take are amplified by forces much greater than your own hands. Daniel found that a single well-placed conversation opened more doors than months of self-promotion. One inspired letter yielded opportunities that thousands of emails had failed to generate. Life, it seemed, was just waiting for him to stop scattering his energy and start channeling it with quiet precision. The reverse law is not a rejection of effort. It is the elevation of effort into art. It is the recognition that action is not the generator of results. Aligned action is merely the visible final step of a creation process that begins invisibly, silently within. When you understand this, you stop measuring progress by how busy you are. You start measuring it by how clearly you are aligned. And from that alignment, even the smallest step sends ripples through the universe, bringing to you more than all your striving ever could. In the crisp light of a 2004 morning in Edinburgh, Fiona MacLeod walked through the stone archways of the university courtyard, her thoughts heavy with frustration. For months, she had felt trapped in a cycle of effort and setback, each new opportunity slipping just out of reach. She told herself that life was testing her, measuring her worth through hardship, challenging her resolve. It was a comforting story, one that made the struggle feel noble. But as the seasons turned and the same patterns repeated, Fiona began to feel a quieter, deeper truth emerging. Life was not testing her. It was reflecting her. Every delay, every closed door was not a trial sent by an outside force. It was a mirror held up to her own beliefs, her own energies, her own inner landscape. Across town, her friend Malcolm Reed lived under the same illusion. He wore his struggles as proof of strength, believing that life rewarded those who endured the longest trials. Yet despite his tireless effort, he remained stuck, locked in battles that seemed to regenerate no matter how fiercely he fought them. Malcolm could not see that the world was not testing his endurance. It was reflecting back the frequencies he carried without even knowing it. You see, reality is not a gatekeeper standing between you and your dreams. It is a mirror, a faithful and exact reflection of what you consistently hold within. If you believe you must struggle to earn joy, life will mirror back struggle. If you believe you are unworthy of ease, life will construct obstacles that seem to confirm your belief. It does not do this to punish you. It does this because that is the law, like a mirror reflecting the image placed before it without judgment or preference. Fiona's life began to shift, not when she worked harder, but when she stopped asking why life was testing her and started asking what it was showing her. She realized that deep down, she still believed success had to be earned through suffering. That joy was something distant and conditional. As she softened these inner beliefs, as she began to embody the energy of worthiness without the heavy armor of struggle, reality shifted accordingly. New opportunities flowed in without the exhausting trials she had once thought necessary. Life mirrored back her new belief as faithfully as it had mirrored the old. Malcolm, still fighting battles he thought were required, remained caught in his own reflection, unable to see that the external world would only change once he changed his relationship to himself. Reality does not test your patience, your loyalty, or your strength. It simply reflects the truths you carry, the energies you broadcast, the assumptions you live by. Change the internal, and the external must change as well. It is not a question of effort. It is a question of resonance. When you understand that life is not against you, but simply mirroring you, the path forward becomes clear. You stop battling shadows and start sculpting the image you wish to see reflected back. And with every inner shift, the outer world responds, not with a test to pass, but with the perfect, faithful echo of who you have dared to become. In the soft hum of a 2005 morning in Copenhagen, Anders Jensen stepped off the tram and made his way toward the city's financial district. He wore no flashy suit, carried no elaborate portfolio, made no grand announcement of his arrival. Yet somehow, when he entered a room, conversations shifted, opportunities unfolded, people leaned closer, listening more intently than they realized. Anders did not command attention through noise or urgency. He moved with quiet confidence, a still certainty that needed no validation. And though the outside world often taught that louder voices moved faster, Anders had discovered a hidden acceleration that few ever realize. True momentum is built not through force, but through the silent gravity of self-assurance. Across the plaza, his colleague Henrik Madsen approached life with a different strategy. Henrik believed that success was a game of visibility, of louder proposals, bolder gestures, sharper elbows. He thought momentum was something you seized with both hands and refused to let slip. Yet despite his energy, life seemed to drag around him, heavy and slow. Projects stalled, deals unraveled. Henrik could not see that it was not his volume, but the frequency beneath it that shaped his world. You see, quiet confidence is a language the universe responds to instantly. It is not boastful. It is not brittle. It is a steady hum of certainty that says without words, I am aligned, I am ready, I am enough. In the presence of such energy, life accelerates. Paths open not because you demand them, but because you radiate the readiness to walk them. Anders' life reflected this silent power. His career advanced not through frantic networking, but through natural, effortless connections. Clients trusted him without needing long, convincing arguments. Decisions in his favor seemed to come quickly, naturally, as if reality itself sensed his frequency and moved to match it. His quiet confidence did not slow him down. It made the path beneath his feet smoother, clearer, faster. Henrik, meanwhile, remained entangled in friction of his own making. His energy shouted, "See me, choose me, validate me." And the universe, ever faithful to the true vibration rather than the words spoken, responded with delays, doubt, and resistance. Quiet confidence is not passive. It is a catalyst. It removes the energetic noise that confuses reality. It sends a clear, unwavering signal that collapses timelines and aligns opportunities with speed and precision. When you stop needing to prove, when you stop grasping for permission to move forward, you create an energetic vacuum into which life rushes to fill. The hidden acceleration of quiet confidence comes not because you overpower reality, but because you cease to clutter it. You stop broadcasting contradictions. You become a pure note in the symphony of existence, and life, hearing it, harmonizes instantly. When you master this energy, you realize that true speed is not frantic. It is elegant. It is the swift unfolding of a life that no longer doubts its own readiness. You move faster by needing less. You arrive sooner by already being the one who belongs where you are going. In your quiet certainty, the universe cannot help but keep pace. In the silver mist of a 2006 morning in Vancouver, Clara Henderson sat on a bench by the seawall watching the tide roll in against the stones. Her life had once been a battle of endless problem-solving, fires to put out, conflicts to resolve, obstacles to conquer. She wore her ability to handle problems like a badge of honor, believing that life's value came from winning its endless tests. But as she sat in the soft hush of the ocean's breath, a different understanding began to rise within her, quiet and undeniable. Problems, she realized, were not things to defeat. They were knots that unraveled themselves when she stopped pulling against them. In the field of non-resistance, every problem began to dissolve. Across the city, in a buzzing high-rise, Oliver Grant fought a different battle. His calendar was packed with strategy sessions, negotiations, and urgent meetings. Oliver believed that problems were like storms that had to be outmaneuvered, outsmarted, and outlasted. His mind never rested and his body followed, tense and worn thin from constant battle. Yet the harder he worked to crush each problem, the more new ones appeared, multiplying like shadows in the corners of his life. You see, problems do not sustain themselves in isolation. They are fed and amplified by resistance. The more you push against them, the stronger they root themselves in your experience. Resistance signals to life. This is real, this is powerful, this is here to stay. And life, always responding to your dominant energy, reflects that reality back with perfect precision. But non-resistance, the choice to stop fighting and start flowing, starves problems of their power. It opens a space where solutions can rise effortlessly, and where obstacles, robbed of the energy that once fed them, begin to crumble away. Clara's life shifted not through learning new strategies, but through changing her relationship to challenge itself. When difficulties arose, she did not tense, she softened. She met them with openness rather than struggle. She trusted that beneath every apparent problem was a field of intelligence ready to resolve it, if she would only stop blocking it with her fear. And soon she noticed something extraordinary. The very issues that once consumed her energy resolved themselves with minimal action, sometimes without any action at all. Oliver, locked in a cycle of constant resistance, found himself trapped by the very problems he fought to escape. His belief that life must be battled into submission created a reality that kept proving him right. Non-resistance is not passive acceptance of defeat. It is active trust in the larger currents moving through your life. It is the understanding that not every knot must be untied by hand. Some dissolve when you stop pulling. It is stepping into a space where clarity, solutions, and grace can find you because you have stopped blocking their path. When you choose non-resistance, you shift the field around you. What once looked immovable begins to bend. What once felt overwhelming begins to lighten. In the field of non-resistance, life does not demand that you win every battle. It invites you to stop seeing battles at all. And in that shift, every problem loses its grip and the path forward opens wide and clear. In the muted gold of a 2007 morning in Vienna, Elias Vogel walked slowly along the edge of the Danube, his hands tucked loosely into the pockets of his coat. Years ago, Elias had been a different man, fierce in his ambitions, relentless in his actions, believing that if he could just push harder against life, he could bend it to his will. He had worn his exhaustion as a badge of honor, mistaking endless effort for strength. But life had a quieter wisdom to teach him, and over time, it carved away his illusions. It showed him that real strength was not in the noise of outer force, but in the deep, steady hum of inner stillness. Across town, Lucas Bauer lived by the creed Elias had once followed. Lucas attacked his days with urgency, fighting to control every outcome, believing that success belonged to those who never let up. His world reflected his energy perfectly, chaotic, unstable, resistant. He met obstacles with greater force, and the obstacles responded by growing stronger, thicker, harder to move. Lucas could not see that his struggle was not against life, but against his own refusal to become still. You see, force may create movement, but stillness creates transformation. Outer force pushes against the surface of reality, but inner stillness penetrates it. It moves through the fabric of existence in ways unseen, commanding not by volume, but by resonance. A mind anchored in calm certainty exerts more influence over the course of events than 1,000 hands clawing at the levers of control. Elias learned to stop meeting resistance with more resistance. When challenges rose before him, he did not brace or tighten. He breathed, softened, and anchored himself deeper into stillness. He discovered that when he stopped fighting the surface, he could feel the undercurrents shaping the deeper movements of life. And by aligning with those currents instead of pushing against them, he moved further with a whisper than he ever had with a roar. Lucas, meanwhile, wore himself down with battles that could never be won through effort alone. His force created ripples of counterforce, each struggle birthing the next, until his life felt like an endless treadmill of trying harder and achieving less. Inner stillness is not passive retreat. It is active mastery. It is the presence that sees chaos without becoming it, that feels fear without feeding it, that notices the currents of life without being thrown by their surface storms. It is the quiet command that says to reality, I am unshaken, I am immovable, I am already aligned. When you master inner stillness, you realize that reality bends not for those who push hardest, but for those who trust deepest. The universe does not need to be shouted into submission. It needs only to find a mind still enough to hear its silent instructions. In stillness, you become the unmoving point around which all things adjust. Force is loud, exhausting, fleeting. Stillness is quiet, inexhaustible, eternal, and it is from that deep inner place that real power, the kind that does not break under pressure but grows stronger within it, is born. In the gentle light of a 2008 morning in Prague, Sofia Dvorak stood at the edge of Charles Bridge, watching the mist lift slowly from the river. She had spent so much of her life running after dreams, chasing opportunities, sprinting toward milestones she believed would finally bring her peace. Yet the faster she moved, the more tangled her path became. The way ahead seemed to split and twist, filled with detours and dead ends. No matter how carefully she planned or how hard she pushed, something always seemed to slip just beyond her reach. It wasn't until she grew too tired to run, too weary to chase, that a strange new clarity began to emerge. Sophia stopped, she stood still, and in that stillness the impossible happened. The path before her began to clear. Across town, Tomas Novak continued the old dance of pursuit. Every hour of his day was filled with action, calls to make, meetings to arrange, projects to push forward with sheer will. He believed that movement equaled progress, that if he stopped even for a moment, he would fall behind. But life, far from rewarding his constant motion, responded with confusion. Promising leads evaporated, plans fell apart, doors that once seemed open quietly closed. You see, movement born of fear clouds your vision. When you rush toward the future, desperate to reach it before it slips away, you stir up dust along your path until you can no longer see where you are going. Life does not require you to chase it. It requires you to become still enough that the way can reveal itself. It is not your running that clears the obstacles. It is your stillness that allows you to see they were never there in the first place. Sophia's decision to stop chasing was not a surrender to defeat. It was a surrender to trust. She began each morning not with a list of demands for the day, but with a quiet willingness to be guided. She listened more, she allowed more, and slowly, then all at once, the road ahead opened. Opportunities arose not from her relentless pursuit, but from unexpected invitations, timely connections, effortless alignment she could never have planned. The path was not built by her running. It was revealed by her stillness. Tomas, still driven by the belief that faster meant better, remained caught in a maze of his own making. Every move he made without clarity created more noise, more fog, more distance between him and the life he longed for. The path clears for the one who stands still, because stillness allows you to align with the deeper intelligence already guiding you. It allows life to rearrange itself without your interference. It allows you to see the openings that movement alone would have blinded you to. In stillness, you do not lose time, you reclaim it. You do not fall behind. You find yourself exactly where you are meant to be, and the path, once hidden by your frantic steps, stretches clear and wide before you, welcoming you forward not with struggle, but with ease. In the soft haze of a 2009 morning in Florence, Matteo Bianchi leaned against the worn stone wall of the Piazza della Repubblica, watching the city come alive around him. A year ago, he had made a quiet decision to change his life, not through frantic action, but through becoming someone new within himself. He had chosen to embody a calmer, more abundant version of himself, even when the world around him still reflected the old story. There were days it felt as if nothing was happening, days when the temptation to rush back into old patterns was almost overwhelming. But Matteo had learned something most never understand. When you change inside, there is a necessary pause, a space where life must catch up to the new identity you have claimed. Across town, his friend Lorenzo Russo struggled with the discomfort Matteo had learned to embrace. Lorenzo also tried to change his life, but when the external world didn't immediately mirror his inner shifts, he panicked. He threw himself back into old habits, old fears, trying to force reality to change faster than it was ready to. And so, inevitably, Lorenzo found himself recreating the very circumstances he had been trying to escape. You see, every time you step into a new identity, the identity of someone freer, wealthier, healthier, more fulfilled, there is an invisible reordering that begins. Life needs time to reflect back the shift you have made. Reality, faithful to the vibration you hold, must dismantle the old structures and prepare the new ones. But if you rush in too soon, if you judge the pause as failure, you pull yourself back into the frequency you were working so carefully to leave behind. Matteo's patience became his greatest power. He did not panic when the first few weeks looked unchanged. He did not doubt himself when familiar challenges resurfaced one last time. He understood that life was still realigning, still moving the pieces into place. He held steady. He continued to embody his new self, confident, patient, deeply certain, and life, sensing the unwavering signal he broadcasted, caught up to him. New relationships formed. Unexpected opportunities arrived. His external world, once stubbornly slow, accelerated almost overnight. Lorenzo, unable to withstand the silence of the transition, tumbled back into the old identity. His fear whispered that nothing was changing, and by listening, he made it true. Letting life catch up to your new identity is not passive waiting. It is active faith. It is the willingness to remain loyal to your vision, even when the visible world has not yet confirmed it. It is knowing that your vibration leads, and reality follows, always without exception. The gap between who you have become and what you see outside is not proof that nothing is happening. It is proof that everything is happening. Trust it. Hold the new frequency steady. Life is not ignoring you. It is assembling the masterpiece you called into being. In the silence, in the stillness, the future you chose is finding its way to you, not because you chased it, but because you became it and patiently made space for it to arrive. In the golden hush of a 2010 afternoon in Lisbon, Ana Costa sat beneath the sprawling arms of an old olive tree. The city stretched out quietly before her. For months she had chased solutions, forced decisions, plotted endless paths forward. Every action had been born from the deep belief that she must be doing something, anything, to deserve progress. But now, for the first time in what felt like years, Anna did absolutely nothing. She sat without a plan, without a timeline, without even a whisper of urgency. And in that rare and sacred stillness, she discovered a secret hidden from most. There is a tremendous, almost unthinkable power that is unlocked only when you dare to do absolutely nothing at all. Down by the bustling harbor, her old friend Manuel Ribeiro lived in a different rhythm. His days were a constant flurry of action, moving from one obligation to the next without pause. Manuel believed that to slow down was to fall behind, that to do nothing was to lose. But the more he ran, the more life seemed to slip through his fingers. He could not see that his frantic energy, rather than speeding him toward his dreams, kept him locked in a circle where nothing truly changed. You see, doing nothing is not the absence of creation. It is the clearing of space so that creation can finally breathe. When you stop filling every moment with motion, you stop interfering with the deeper currents of your life. You allow the unseen forces, the alignments, the shifts, the rearrangements, to do what they cannot do while you are cluttering the air with noise and restless energy. Anna's surrender to stillness was not a giving up. It was a profound act of trust. In her doing nothing, she allowed space for clarity to find her. She allowed inspiration to rise from beneath the surface instead of forcing it into existence. And soon, life responded. Without effort, new opportunities flowed in. People she had long wanted to connect with crossed her path naturally. The solutions she had tried to wrestle into being arrived fully formed, as if they had been waiting just beyond the veil of her busy mind. Manuel, trapped in the belief that constant effort was his only power, continued to exhaust himself without realizing he was standing in his own way. His action, born from fear of doing nothing, blocked the very outcomes he so desperately chased. The power hidden in doing nothing is not laziness. It is wisdom. It is the conscious act of stepping aside so that the architecture of your life, already in motion, can rise without your constant interference. It is the choice to believe that life is capable of building miracles without your need to hammer every nail. When you do absolutely nothing with full trust, you signal to the universe that you believe, truly and deeply, that you are already in flow, that you are already held, and life, hearing that message, responds with a generosity and precision far greater than anything your restless mind could have orchestrated. In the quiet, in the stillness, the seeds you planted are allowed to grow into forests, effortlessly, inevitably, perfectly timed without your hand forcing them into bloom. In the gentle mist of a 2011 morning in Edinburgh, Malcolm Fraser walked the winding path through the old gardens near the castle. For years, Malcolm had believed that life was a battle, that rewards belonged to those who fought hardest, suffered most, and proved their worth through endless struggle. He wore his hardships like armor, believing them necessary badges on the journey to success. Yet lately, a softer, more unsettling truth had begun to whisper to him beneath the noise. Those who struggled least often seemed to be the ones life favored most. It was not the loudest effort that bent reality. It was the quiet confidence of those who refused to make life a battleground. The universe, he realized, rewards not the struggler, but the one who dares to believe that struggle is unnecessary. Across town, his old friend Alistair Boyd continued the battle Malcolm was learning to lay down. Alistair gritted his teeth through long hours, pushing against every closed door, forcing conversations, chasing recognition as if life needed to be cornered and captured. His victories, when they came, were small and costly, leaving him more depleted than fulfilled. He mistook exhaustion for accomplishment, unable to see that life was only ever reflecting back the energy he insisted on offering it. You see, the universe does not measure your worth by how much you have suffered. It responds to your frequency, to the silent song you sing with your energy. Struggle broadcasts scarcity. It shouts, "I must fight because nothing will come easily." And life, obedient to the signals it receives, mirrors back more barriers, more battles, more reasons to push harder. But ease is a declaration of trust. It hums through your being, saying, "I am already worthy. I am already supported." And to that hum, life responds swiftly, bringing paths of least resistance, unexpected opportunities, invisible hands lifting you without demand. Malcolm's world began to shift, not because he worked harder, but because he stopped making struggle his identity. He moved through his days with gentler hands, softer expectations. He trusted that what was his would meet him without the need for conquest. And it did. Invitations arrived without chasing. Doors opened without knocking. What once demanded blood and sweat now arrived with grace, simply because he had changed the signal he sent into the world. Alistair, locked in the myth of earned suffering, continued to push, never realizing that his relentless struggle was the very thing delaying his dreams. The universe is not a cruel taskmaster, demanding your exhaustion as payment for your desires. It is a mirror waiting for you to offer it the energy you wish to see reflected back. When you release the belief that you must struggle to succeed, you allow life to show you how easily it can flow toward you. When you meet life with open hands instead of clenched fists, you discover that ease is not the enemy of achievement. It is the catalyst for it. The universe rewards the non-struggler because non-struggle is faith in motion. It is the silent understanding that you do not have to suffer to be worthy, that life can love you through grace instead of grit, and when you dare to believe it, life cannot help but prove you right. In the warm hush of a 2012 morning in Santorini, Eleni Papadopoulos sat on a whitewashed terrace overlooking the endless blue of the Aegean Sea. For much of her life, she had fought against every unwanted twist of fate, every delay, every plan that unraveled before her eyes. She believed that struggle was noble, that resistance meant strength. Yet the more she fought, the heavier life seemed to become. It wasn't until she reached a breaking point, exhausted, not from failure but from resistance itself, that she stumbled upon a quieter, deeper truth. The highest frequency you can embody is not fierce effort or relentless determination. It is effortless acceptance, a surrender so complete that life no longer needs to push against you, but instead flows through you with grace. Down in the crowded harbor, her childhood friend Nicholas tried a different path. Nicholas was a fighter by nature, unwilling to yield to anything he could not dominate. When plans changed, he clenched tighter. When dreams delayed, he worked harder, refusing to accept anything less than his exact vision. To him, acceptance was weakness. Yet for all his force, his life seemed tangled, filled with obstacles that grew heavier the harder he pushed. You see, acceptance is not giving up. It is not abandoning your dreams or settling for less. True acceptance is allowing life to move through you without resistance, trusting that everything unfolding, even the moments you would not have chosen, is part of a design far greater than what you can see. It is understanding that reality, in its infinite intelligence, is always shaping you, preparing you, guiding you toward what your soul has asked for, even when your mind protests. Eleni's transformation did not come from finally achieving everything she once fought for. It came from ceasing the inner war. She chose to meet each moment, the delays, the changes, the unexpected detours, with an open heart rather than a clenched fist. And in that acceptance, her frequency lifted. She no longer anchored herself to what should have been. She floated effortlessly with what was. Life, sensing her new openness, responded in kind. Doors opened without force. Opportunities she once chased now found her with ease. Nicholas, still fighting against the flow, struggled to move even inches forward. His energy screamed of mistrust, and life, faithful as always, mirrored that struggle back to him. Effortless acceptance is not a passive state. It is a state of profound creative power. It aligns you with the unseen forces already working in your favor. It removes the static of resistance that delays your blessings. When you accept fully where you are, you open the gate for the next chapter to arrive without struggle. The highest frequency you can emit is not desperation, not insistence, not resistance. It is the calm, unshakable trust that everything you seek is already moving toward you, and that even what seems wrong is secretly right. In effortless acceptance, you become a magnet for miracles. In that state, life no longer needs to teach you through struggle. It moves instead through grace, ready to flood into the space you finally made by letting go. In the soft violet glow of a 2013 evening in Budapest, Victor Sabo leaned on the iron railing of a quiet bridge, watching the ripples of the Danube catch the last traces of light. His life had been a long study in effort, setting goals, building structures, forcing pathways open through sheer will. But no matter how much he achieved, there always seemed to be a hollowness, a sense that more effort only led to more struggle. It wasn't until he stumbled upon a strange and unsettling truth that everything began to shift. The path to more was not through more force, more noise, more control. It was through inversion, doing the opposite of what fear and habit insisted, letting go when he wanted to grip tighter, slowing down when everything screamed to hurry, trusting when logic demanded proof. The secret was hidden there, doing the opposite to receive more. Across town, his friend Gabor Kiss raced through his days, acting on every impulse to do more, push harder, seize faster. Gabor believed that if he relaxed even for a moment, he would fall behind. Every decision was a calculation to stay ahead of life, a desperate attempt to outpace his own fears. Yet the more he chased, the further his dreams seemed to drift, like shadows slipping just out of reach. You see, the natural mind, conditioned by fear and scarcity, believes that survival depends on control. It assumes that the louder you speak, the more you will be heard, that the tighter you hold, the more you will keep, that the faster you move, the more ground you will gain. But the true mechanics of reality often move in the opposite rhythm. The universe responds to openness, not constriction. It responds to surrender, not force. It responds to trust, not tension. Victor's transformation did not come from trying harder. It came from daring to do the opposite. When fear told him to grasp, he released. When urgency told him to rush, he paused. When doubt told him to push, he leaned back into trust. And as he inverted his instinctual reactions, reality began to invert itself around him. Meetings scheduled themselves. Clients appeared without frantic networking. Friendships deepened without needing to be managed. Opportunities arrived on gentle currents he would have never created through effort alone. Gabor, trapped in the old belief that more action meant more success, continued to wear himself thin, chasing a world that remained stubbornly unmoved. The inversion secret reveals that the path to receiving is often not in doing more, but in allowing more. It is stepping back instead of stepping forward. It is softening when you are tempted to harden. It is believing when you are told to doubt. When you dare to do the opposite of fear's instructions, you step into the deeper flow of life, the current that was always carrying you, if only you would stop swimming against it. In that reversal, the world no longer resists you. It turns like a river freed from an old dam, rushing forward to meet you faster than you ever imagined possible. In the soft haze of a 2014 morning in Dubrovnik, Natalia Petrovich wandered the ancient stone streets, her hands grazing the time-worn walls. For years, she had poured her energy into fixing her life, patching broken relationships, chasing lost dreams, mending disappointments with the hope that if she worked hard enough, she could rebuild the life she thought she was meant to live. But the more she tried to repair the past, the heavier her steps became, as if she were carrying a house that no longer wanted to stand. It was here, in the stillness of a city older than memory, that Natalia finally heard the truth she had been running from. Her new world would not be built by fixing the old one. It would be born the moment she stopped trying. On the hillside above the city, her friend Luka Markovich labored endlessly to repair what had once been a vineyard. He clung to the old vines, pruning and watering with desperation, determined to resurrect a past he could not let go of. Yet the more he fought for it, the more the earth resisted him. Year after year, the vineyard refused to thrive. Luka could not see that it was not failure he was fighting against, but the life he had outgrown, a chapter whose time had quietly ended. You see, every time you focus on fixing what is broken, you tether yourself to the past. You keep your energy anchored in the very reality you are trying to leave behind. And reality, always responding faithfully to your attention, continues to mirror back the struggle, the lack, the unfinished story you refuse to release. True transformation does not happen by patching the old. It happens by stepping into the new, fully, without dragging the weight of what once was behind you. Natalia's life began to change not because she finally mended the ruins of her past, but because she decided to stop trying. She stopped asking how to fix broken dreams and began asking what new dreams wanted to emerge. She stopped trying to mend relationships that had already served their purpose and made space for new connections to find her. In letting go of the exhausting project of repair, she created a clearing where life could build something entirely new, something better suited to the person she had quietly become. Luka, still pouring water onto dying vines, remained caught in a season that had already passed, unable to see that life was waiting just beyond his insistence on restoration. Your new world cannot rise while your energy is locked in salvaging the old one. Creation requires space, a clearing, a willingness to stand in the unknown long enough for new roots to take hold. It requires the courage to say, "This chapter is complete," even when parts of you long to stay where it is familiar. The moment you stop trying to fix the old world is the moment the blueprint for the new one begins to appear. In that release, life moves. In that surrender, a horizon you could not see before unfolds itself before your feet, inviting you forward into a future far brighter than anything you left behind. In the quiet stillness of a 2015 dawn in Salzburg, Stefan Adler sat on the wooden balcony of a small chalet, the mist curling like silk over the green fields below. In his younger years, Stefan had misunderstood patience. He believed it meant passively waiting for life to catch up, standing still while secretly counting the minutes. He thought patience was a kind of silent suffering, a noble endurance of delay. But somewhere along his journey, Stefan stumbled into a deeper truth. Patience was not waiting at all. It was alignment. It was the energetic certainty that what he sought was already moving toward him, even if his eyes could not yet see it. Patience, he realized, was not the act of enduring time. It was the art of living in quantum alignment with a future that already existed. In the heart of the city, his friend Andreas Müller approached life differently. Andreas rushed from project to project, exhausting himself with urgency. Every goal was an emergency. Every desire carried the heavy weight of needing to happen now or else. He mistook action for progress and impatience for ambition, but the more he scrambled, the more life seemed to slow, to resist, to delay the very things he chased with such desperate speed. You see, the universe does not respond to timelines drawn in panic. It does not rush to meet you because you stamp your foot and demand. Reality bends not to the loudness of your urgency, but to the quiet certainty of your alignment. When you are truly aligned, when you hold the energy of your desire with steadiness, without fear, without tension, you step into a quantum field where time is not a barrier, but a collaborator. Stefan's life changed not because he learned to wait better, but because he learned to be better. He no longer saw patience as a passive endurance. He treated every moment as if he were already walking inside the world he had envisioned. He spoke, moved, breathed from the place of already, and because of this, life met him with startling grace. Opportunities unfolded seemingly out of nowhere. Conversations turned in his favor without effort. The future he once strained toward simply arrived, called into his experience by the strength of his silent, unwavering alignment. Andreas, locked in the frantic rhythm of impatience, remained a magnet for delays. His energy, charged with doubt and urgency, scattered the very outcomes he longed to gather. Patience, real patience, is not about tolerating the absence of your desires. It is about embodying the presence of them before they appear. It is about becoming such a match to your vision that reality has no choice but to rise and meet you. Quantum alignment means you are no longer waiting for proof. You are living as if the proof has already been written, as if the arrival of your desire is as inevitable as the next breath. When you master this, you stop measuring time by the clock. You measure it by the growing certainty in your chest, the expanding ease in your step. You realize that what you want is not coming to you in some distant future. It is already here, gathering speed in the invisible, ready to burst into your reality the moment you become a space large enough to hold it. In the warm breath of a 2016 afternoon in Athens, Nikos Dimitriou sat on a worn stone ledge overlooking the ruins of an ancient temple, the golden light of the sun pooling around him. For years he had dug tirelessly, digging into his work, his relationships, his plans, believing that if he could just dig deep enough, push hard enough, the treasures of life would finally be uncovered. But no matter how determined he was, the gold he sought remained elusive, slipping through the cracks just when it seemed within reach. Exhausted, Nikos finally did the unthinkable. He stopped. He put down his tools, stepped back from the endless excavation, and for the first time in years, he let the earth be. And in that unexpected stillness, life began to reveal its hidden treasures without him having to chase them. A few streets away, his old friend Andreas Kyriakou continued the familiar cycle of striving. He believed that if results didn't appear, the answer was always to dig harder, faster, deeper. The missing opportunity must be just another effort away. Andreas saw surrender as weakness, believing that rest would cost him the very success he longed for. Yet the harder he dug, the further away the gold seemed to move. You see, life is not a mountain to be conquered by force. It is a field rich with treasures that rise only when the soil is no longer torn apart by desperate hands. The gold you seek, the fulfillment, the love, the abundance, is already planted beneath your feet. But it cannot reveal itself while you are frantically disturbing the ground, sending signals of lack, of disbelief, of impatience into the very field you are trying to harvest. Nikos's life shifted not when he found the perfect method, but when he found the courage to be still. He allowed the work he had already done to bear fruit without constant interference. He trusted that the seeds he had planted would rise without his need to dig them up daily to check their progress. And slowly, then swiftly, the rewards he had long chased began to surface. Unexpected invitations, new friendships, opportunities that had been circling him unseen for years, all began to show themselves, as if life had simply been waiting for him to stop thrashing long enough to deliver them. Andreas, trapped in the belief that only more digging would lead to results, remained locked in exhaustion, blind to the riches gathering quietly just beyond his frantic reach. The moment you stop digging is the moment you declare trust. Trust that life is working. Trust that you are enough. Trust that what you seek is not something you must claw toward, but something you must open to. In stillness, the gold appears, not because you abandoned the search, but because you finally stepped out of the way. You allowed the quiet intelligence of life to lift the treasures to the surface. What you are looking for is already planted. It is already growing, and when you stop disturbing the ground, it rises, shining right into your waiting hands. In the golden breath of a 2017 evening in Lisbon, Sofia Mendes sat quietly in the courtyard of an old monastery, the air heavy with the scent of jasmine and ancient stone. She had spent so much of her life trying to break through obstacles, career hurdles, financial worries, relational tensions, believing that every block on her path had to be hammered away through action, strategy, or force. Yet despite all her efforts, the walls before her seemed only to grow thicker with each attempt to conquer them. It was here, in the hush of the monastery garden, that Sofia stumbled into a truth that unraveled everything she had been taught. Obstacles do not fall by force. They collapse through pure being, through the quiet, magnetic power of alignment, not effort. Across the city, her friend Manuel Oliveira continued the battle Sofia was learning to leave behind. Every morning he armed himself with plans, contingency strategies, defenses against whatever new resistance he might meet. He believed that life was a battlefield, and that the stronger, faster, and louder he was, the more he could win. But the more he braced for obstacles, the more they multiplied. The path ahead grew heavier, not lighter, no matter how fiercely he fought. You see, obstacles are not solid. They are energetic echoes formed by inner discord long before they appear outside. They are mirrors of the friction within, the doubts, the fears, the unaligned beliefs. When you meet an obstacle with more force, you strengthen its roots. You declare it real, important, powerful. But when you meet an obstacle with pure being, with calm, unwavering alignment to who you truly are, it cannot survive. It cannot hold form in the presence of someone who refuses to feed it energy. Sofia's world began to change not because she found better strategies, but because she stopped trying to force change at all. She chose to embody the energy of freedom even when the external world still reflected limitation. She walked with the calm certainty that she was already on the other side of every imagined wall. And slowly, almost imperceptibly at first, the barriers that once felt immovable began to dissolve. Conversations that would have once sparked conflict smoothed themselves out. Financial opportunities arrived without struggle. Paths that had seemed blocked cleared themselves, as if reality itself was realigning around her unwavering presence. Manuel, gripped by his belief in struggle, continued to meet new resistance at every turn, never realizing that it was his energy that was sustaining the obstacles he despised. Pure being is not about inaction. It is about stepping into the highest frequency of your true self and refusing to abandon it no matter what illusion of delay or difficulty appears. It is the unshakable decision to live from the end, to feel the freedom before it materializes, to embody the victory before the world agrees. When you hold your being steady, reality has no choice but to shift. Obstacles, no matter how solid they seem, collapse in the face of someone who no longer believes in their power. In the vibration of pure being, life rearranges not because you fought harder, but because you finally became immovable. And what once stood in your way simply dissolves like mist before the rising sun. In the soft, golden hush of a 2018 evening in Florence, Matteo Rinaldi leaned against the cool stones of the Ponte Vecchio, the river below, catching the last traces of daylight. For much of his life, Matteo had been obsessed with becoming successful, becoming worthy, becoming someone the world would recognize and applaud. His days were filled with striving toward an ever-moving horizon, always just out of reach. No matter how much he accomplished, the gnawing feeling remained, that he was never quite there. It was only in the stillness of a moment like this, under a sky indifferent to ambition, that a deeper truth began to reveal itself. The path was never about becoming more. It was about returning to being, reclaiming the original power that was never lost, only forgotten. Across the city, his friend Lorenzo Fontana embodied the endless chase. Every morning he filled his journal with goals, affirmations, declarations of who he would someday become. Lorenzo believed that power lived somewhere far ahead of him, in a future he had to chase down through effort and self-improvement. But the more he ran, the more elusive fulfillment became. He could not see that every step he took in search of becoming carried the silent message, "I am not enough yet." And life, ever the faithful mirror, kept reflecting that belief back to him. You see, your original power was never something to be earned. It was something you were born carrying, like a silent flame within your chest. It cannot be added to or improved upon. It can only be remembered, uncovered, allowed. When you chase becoming, you unconsciously postpone your wholeness. When you return to being, you stand in a frequency so complete that reality has no choice but to rise and reflect it. Matteo's life began to shift, not when he finally achieved some long-sought goal, but when he stopped seeking altogether. He stopped layering identities over his true self. He stopped measuring his worth by the ticking of timelines and the applause of others. He allowed himself to exist in the present moment as already enough. He spoke from being. He moved from being. And slowly, then all at once, life began to respond differently. Connections deepened. Opportunities flowed. The world, sensing his unshakable rootedness, mirrored it back without hesitation. Lorenzo, trapped in the exhausting race of becoming, continued to chase reflections he could never quite catch, mistaking movement for evolution, speed for arrival. The return to original power is not marked by an external achievement. It is marked by the quiet, undeniable knowing that you are already what you seek to become. It is the deep exhale that comes when you no longer bargain with the future for your worth. Being is not passive. It is the most powerful state there is. From being, all becoming happens naturally, effortlessly, as an extension of your truth, rather than a desperate search for it. When you stand in being, you call back the scattered fragments of your energy, and the world, feeling your wholeness, moves to meet you in ways no striving ever could. In that return, you find not just your power, but the life that was always waiting for you to remember who you already are.